Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. We are locked in and live for our UFC 330 coverage. Yes, that is what we are on right now. As a matter of fact, strangely enough, you know what I'm doing? I'm actually watching the last few minutes of Paramount Landman. Right. By the way, this show was highly recommended by Dana White, and yeah, I thought I'd come and check it out, see what this show is about. Yeah, man, we're in. He says, "What's up, cabron? What's up, jabroni? Yes, man. How you doing, Marty? Man, how's everything, my man? How's everything going? You excited for this fight or what, man? I tell you what. Let me tell you what sort of kills the excitement for this fight a little bit, okay? What sort of kills the excitement for this fight? What kills the excitement for this fight is the fact that we know, or at least we think we know, that Garry is going to get walked through by Islam Makhachev, right? That is the overall consensus that we have going on. Let me read this comment right here by Marty Rookie. He says, I watched the first season of Landman, okay, but got sick of all the BS with his wife and daughter. Yes, a common theme that is sort of going on here, right? Like, it's always the woman that is the problem, right? Think about the problems that Billy Bob Thornton's character had to go through in that show, right? A lot of it was dealing with women or women sort of interfering in some kind of way, or just making it harder for men. You know what's interesting about Landman, right? And this kind of goes into this conversation that we have about MMA versus Muslim fighters and MMA versus non-Muslim fighters and MMA. What I like about Landman is that it's a very familiar world that I sort of not necessarily stepped in, but a world that I've seen. Okay, as you guys know, my dad worked as a banker for multiple major banks in Saudi Arabia, right? So he got to oversee a lot of the operations that many of the affluent and wealthy Saudis had going on, right? In particular, people in the oil business, okay? So what's interesting about the oil business is that you have a group of rednecks, okay, or hillbillies in Texas who are profiting off of oil. And then on the other side of the world, you have these ultra-religious Bedouin, Sunni Salafi school of thought Muslims that essentially provide all the gas and energy to the world, right? So it's very interesting, right? The dynamics of those cultures that I'm seeing in Landman, as opposed to, because look, honestly, if they were going to do a show of Arabs, I'm sure there is some excitement, in that, right? Like, let's say an Arab version of Landman, there would be exciting things about it, right? For sure, there would be innuendos of funding terrorism. That would be sort of part of the story plot. The ongoing conflict that is going on in the Middle East, that would be tied to it. So there's a little bit of some military espionage thing attached to it, right? With Landman, I tell you what, it's literally like rich oil people, but with white people problems. Okay? Like, that's really what it is, right? Like, what white dude do you know doesn't have a wife like that just won't shut up, right? Or a daughter that is somewhat annoying. I mean, considering the fact that, the status of the daughter being that she is a daughter of a wealthy oilman, right? Being a blonde girl in Texas at that, very popular, right? Gets all the boys' attention, that type of thing. It kind of brings a whole different problem, right? Like, you're not going to see daughters of Saudi oilmen, sort of have these, similar problems of like having multiple boyfriends or, oh, I'd rather go with this guy than that guy. It's not something that you normally would see in the Muslim world. So, yeah, just thought that was the interesting point that I brought up about Landman. So it's a world that I have a familiarity with, right? Especially with a father who's been around people who are in the oil business and, and the financing that goes behind that. But obviously, this is more of the oilman, but the Texas redneck hillbilly version of it. So let's see here. He says, yeah, I just commented on your post. Zane must have a lot of money on this. Garry isn't a bad bet being a 360 underdog. You know my stance on this. I can't tell another grown man what to do, but he has his reasons why he does it. You know where I stand with that. If you're looking at Dana White's facial expression on 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 the screen right now, those are my thoughts exactly. So yeah, I hope he doesn't. Victory says, I hope Islam walks through him, but I have a feeling Garry is going to make it very difficult. I hope I'm wrong. You're not wrong. He absolutely will make it difficult. It's a very tough fight. It's not a very easy fight, and yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen here. So Victory says, yeah, and back to Landman. If they're so rich, why do all of them live together? Okay, so that's a good question, right? That is a good question for the writers. Now, let's say I was the writer of the show, right? How would I justify this? Because remember, if you're a public relations agent, one of the things that you have to do is constantly justify. Well, for example, if you're a PR agent for the UFC, what do you have to constantly justify? Oh, well, the prelims are awesome. The Apex is awesome. You're just a casual. Yeah, that's how you would spin it, right? So how do I spin this idea that everybody who's living in the same house is rich, right? Well, if you take a look at Texas, right? It's a very big state in the union, right? The biggest state in the union. No, actually, yeah, it is the biggest state in the union. California would be the second, right? Well, I tell you what, California is so big. We have a lot of cities that we could literally travel to that would take us 7 hours. I mean, a lot of people don't know, but it takes me about 4 to 5 hours from Stockton to LA. Okay, that's a very long time. It's not like when I was living in a tri-state area, I lived in like bum F New Jersey, and the next thing you know, I'm in the George Washington Bridge and across I'm already in Manhattan or Harlem or Chinatown or something like that, right? This is a very big state. So there is a mass body of land that they have to travel to. So they also live in different parts of Texas, but they have to be around the area where a lot of the oil is being pumped out at. So therefore, they have other homes, they have cabin homes, they have housing accommodations. This is also very similar to what I've seen in the oil fields in in Saudi Arabia, in Egypt, with the company called Aramco. Egypt has its own oil company as well. They have the same setup. The Kuwaitis, they have the same setup. Any oil-rich country, they have the same setup where they have to be in the particular area and vicinity where the oil is being pumped out. So, and also on top of that, it makes for great television that they're all living together like a bunch of frat people, So I hope that answers your question in that one. He says, we have to check your doll, brother. The other side with Mike G says, I interview these guys. Okay, I interview professional fighters about their worst moments of their lives, how they got through it here on YouTube. Okay. Mike, you are aware that it is, you are aware that it is rather, I mean, it is. I'm not being a narc or a snitch on you or anything. I'm just telling you heads up. Obviously, one of the ways that YouTube gets at you or shuts down your channel or hits you with violations is they sort of follow up on you, check out what you have going on. Like it's kind of against community guidelines to advertise your stuff on, somebody else's channel. Now, to be honest with you, I really don't care either way. But obviously, it's not proper internet etiquette for you to do so. With that in mind, great. Great that you have your own YouTube, but in reality, my boy, I don't be all up on your YouTube talking about, hey, Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Come tap in. Not only am I going to cover MMA politics, I'm also going to cover California street politics and everything that deals with crime drama. So I got nothing but action for you, baby, right on my channel. Imagine if I pulled up on your channel and did that, right? Now, you probably won't care, but understand that YouTube guidelines does care, and they will start investigating you for that if you get flagged. Sorry, that's just how it is. You know what I mean? I read the what do you call it? I read the YouTube guidelines. I've had lawyers read YouTube guidelines for me just so I don't miss any step. All right. So, yeah, just kind of giving you a little bit of a heads up, one creator to another. Are the fights going on right now? Let's see if there's any fights going on right now. So, let me pause this landman right here and get on the other side of my. Here we go. Watch live. So, here we go. We should have the fights on in a second here. All right, watch live. Yes, I love how they ask, do you want to start from the very beginning or watch live? Okay, there we go. All right, so looks like we got the first fight of the evening going on right now. Okay, this is a little too loud here. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna get to your comments in a second. Hold on just a second here. Okay, so it looks like Jeremiah Wells is up right now to fight. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, we're just awaiting Zane's arrival. By the way, guys, stay tuned for Zane, man. Me and him got a lot to talk about, and it's actually going to be really authentic, considering the fact that we don't really talk offline, at least not the way we used to, right? Because he had this social media hiatus he had going on, but nonetheless, here we are, right? First fight of the evening. All right, here we go, guys. First fight of the evening. Okay, let's get to the comments here real quick. Okay, let's get to these comments here. He says, my apologies, but I thought it was related to the image. Yeah, no problem, bro. No problem. Scandivigo says, Philly cheesecake time. Yes, yes. Cheese, yes, man. I've been to Philadelphia before. Yes, absolutely. You know what, man? Philadelphia is Muslim city, right? Look at the lady that's standing next to Jeremiah Wells right there. It is such a Muslim city. There's like a commissioner there with, a hijabi on, right? He says, I didn't mean any disrespect. I'm fairly new at getting on lives. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for informing. Yeah, yeah, no problem. I know that sounds like a bit of a strike at you in any kind. Not at all. I'm just telling you what I know. That's all, right? But no harm, no foul, nonetheless. Afternoon says, what are your thoughts on Steve Usplund? Yes, very good story, right? Considering the fact that he obviously came from being extremely overweight and into the position that he's at right now. I mean, yeah, man, you can't ask for a better story than that. Scanabigo says Ian was running all the manipulation tricks on Islam. For real. And you know what? He wasn't having any of it. All right. So Jeremiah Wells and Orbai right now in the welterweight division right now. Oh wow, Jeremiah Wells going after Orbai right now. All right, so Orbai being clenched up by Jeremiah Wells right on the fence right now. They break up right into the middle of the octagon right now. Wow. Yeah, Jeremiah's 39 years old, they said. All right, so Orbai is right on top, side control on Jeremiah Wells right now. Right. Good scrambling exchanges. Okay, so Orbai is right on top position right now. Scrambling exchanges right now. We got Orbai right on top. All right, Orbai taking back position right now. Body lock control. All right, man, very good fight so far. In terms of the scrambling and grappling exchanges so far, pretty good. All right, so still maintaining the back control position right now. All right, so they are back on their feet right now, and that is the end of round number one. Very good grappling exchanges there, especially in the part of Orbai. Very good grappling exchanges, good scrambles too. So good first round, first fight of the night. So all right, so here we go, round number two. All right, so here we go, round number two, guys. All right, so Orobai. Oh, good axe kick by Orobai right there. Looking for an axe kick. Overhand right, looking like he was going for a shot right there. All right, so he takes down Wells again, still maintaining that body lock position. All right, maintaining half guard position right on top right now, looking for a Kimura lock. All right, he's looking for that Kimura right there, spinning right around him, looking for that Kimura lock, trying to isolate his arm away. All right. All right, 217, 215, 213, 211, 210. All right, Orbai still maintaining top control position right now. Man, Orbai doing a very good job of maintaining this top control position right now. All right, so now looking for a rear naked choke in this position right here. All right, so Jeremiah reverses course right here. All right, so Jeremiah reverses course right here. We're looking for a spinning attack there. Don't know what he was attempting there. All right, man. Great job on Orbai. Just some great grappling exchanges here. Getting the better of these grappling exchanges. Obviously, you guys know Orbai trains out of Team Alpha Male, right? Obviously, that's going to be of some help in the wrestling department. Some great grappling exchanges here. Getting the better of these grappling exchanges. Right now, 39 years old. Wow. Oh, wow. Looking for a front lock choke here. Oh, he got it. Oh, wow. Oh, he just put him to sleep. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe it. Jeremiah Wells puts him to sleep out of nowhere, man. Jeremiah Wells puts Orbai to sleep out of nowhere. Wow. That was nasty. That really came out of nowhere. That really came out of nowhere, man. Wow. He's like, "Oh, you a wrestler now?" So he literally got hit with that shot. As he got hit with that shot, he was trying to counter with some wrestling, basically trying to help out, try to help himself out with the wrestling. Right? He shot in for a single. Jeremiah Wells says, "We'll see about that." Locks in that choke, and that was all she wrote. Incredible job by Wells, man. Wow. Incredible, incredible job. Jeremiah Wells does it, man. Never would have expected that from Jeremiah Wells. This was considered a guillotine choke. Man, great job on Jeremiah Wells on this one. Let's hear what he has to say. On top of that, he's a hometown Philly guy too. So that's what's awesome about it, man. Hometown type of vibe going on here, right? Kind of like a little bit of a Rocky story. I mean, yeah, no, I don't think anybody expected him to win this one, right? I don't think Jeremiah Wells was a favorite going into this fight, was he? Not that I know of, but yeah. Wow, man. Hey, and look, it's a great way to start off the night. You know how people always say, oh, this is a top heavy card. The only thing that's good on this card is the main event. Bougie Bob, Bougie Boo, all of that. But the reality is, all these fights have a fighting chance. Okay, that's why you never underestimate. You said Philly stand up. That's what. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, guys. Let's. That's how you know a lot of these guys are old. Like this dude just literally said that he has a son that's graduating from Air Force boot camp. You know what I mean? Like I remember um, all my fellow Marines' parents, that pulled up. I'm like, man, yeah, every bit of 40 years old or 50 years old at the time. But nowadays, you got dudes like myself who are like young looking fathers. You know what I mean? Dudes that are like fathers of teenagers of some sort, like one of them things. So life goes by quickly, doesn't it? That's sort of the lesson, overall is that, life goes by rather quickly. So enjoy it while it lasts. All right, guys. Well, on to the next fight. All right, so we just await the next fight coming up, guys. All right. So, Dana White's Contender Series. When is that? Oh, September 1st. Okay. That's when the next Dana White Contender Series is up. All right, so we're on to fight number 2. Yeah, Neil Magny. All right, man. Straight right into it. It's always a fun fight when Neil Magny is on. You know, if you really think about it, you know, Neil Magny is never in a boring fight. He was winning that fight with Ian Garry. Bro, what about Ian Garry literally ruining his chances of seeing his kids because of some promo that Ian Garry was throwing at him, if you guys remember that? Yeah, well, anyways, Neil Magny is up next. All right, and more commercials in between. Yep. All right, so just awaiting more commercials here. Look at this. They got a Subway commercial going on. Who eats Subway nowadays, right? How many of you nowadays eat Subway? I mean, look, back in the days, Subway used to be my go-to thing. You know what, man? I remember Chad Mendez back in the days, right? Back in the Team Alpha Male days. He somebody asked, like, hey, what is your diet? Like, what is it that you eat? He said, I eat a Subway diet. This is obviously the context of this question was, you know, a nutritionist was talking to us, right? And they asked, hey, are you working with Chad Mendez in this camp? And he's like, nah. You know, Chad Mendez is on a Subway diet, as he calls it. So, yeah, what it is. So, yeah, man, Neil Magny and Bramage coming up next. All right, here we go, man. Fight number two. Victory says, Zane leaving you hanging again. Um, we'll find out. We'll find out if he will. Because I mean, he did say that he was gonna pop up, so I gave him the link. The rest is up to him. So but it will be fun. It'll be fun to get him in here. Obviously some good banter. I'm sure, that you guys, have some questions for him. He says, brother, what happened? What do you mean what happened? What exactly do you mean what happened? Like, in what context do you mean what happened? If you can explain to me, like, what you mean by what happened. What do you mean? He says, who is a surprise guest? It's all black screen. Zane. Zane is the surprise guest. That is if he shows up. So, yeah. All right. So here we go. Round number one between Neil Magny and Brimage. So this is fight number two that we got going on right now. It's fight number two. Oh, good leg kicks by Neil Magny, but he paid for it by getting taken down. Is it really? Give me a little bit more details on that as this fight is going on right now. A little more intel on that, please, if you can. All right, so now he is in half guard position right on top of Neil Magny. Obviously, Neil Magny being the veteran that he is, not the first time he's been in these types of positions before. We'll see how he responds to it. And by the way, that's a pretty good theme for our title right here, which is obviously World War III Incoming Fight Companion, which is the name of this live stream right now. But yeah, give me some more info on that, right? Breaking news on Harmoose opening. He says, it's closed again. You missed it. Okay, so from what I understand is that it was open and then it got closed again, right? If that's how I'm interpreting it. A little Kimura attempt right here by Neil Magny as he is being worked on the ground position. he's maintaining this top control position right now. All right, still maintaining top control. Look at Neil Magny now looking for what it looks like is leg lock right here. Looking for a leg lock right here. All right, that's the end of the round. Mutiny. Oh, check this out. Wow, pretty good movie right here with Jason Statham. The guy who brought Rico Verhoeven his fight. Oh, what is this? Oops. By continuing the takedown offense right here. Oh, gets scrambled. Neil Magny right on top now. He says, yeah, and it's super early, man. Super early in terms of what? Like, what time is it where you're at right now, Ali Khan? Oh, man, Neil Magny with the leg lock right here. It starts at 6 p.m. Pacific for the main. No, yes, it is. Yeah, 6 p.m. Yeah, less than 3 hours from now, actually. Oh, looking for a body lock position right here. Oh, some big shots right here by Neil Magny. What is this? It would be good if you got MMA Joey on here, inshallah. Wow, man. And it would be good if Neil Magny got a finish, which he did. How about that, man? Neil Magny with a TKO finish. Yeah. 39 years old, man. Wow, man. Neil Magny been fighting since 2013. Yeah, those were some high-paced grappling that Ramage had put on, and eventually it tired him out. Aaron Mega says, do you agree Ian has a chance? Do I agree Ian has a chance? Yes, yes. I've said this, right? I've said multiple times that I think that Ian Garry is going to give Islam Makhachev a tough fight. I truly believe that. I truly believe that he will give him a tough fight. Now, the thing is, will he win? The answer is no. It's just one of those things where Ian Garry is capable of giving him a hard fight, but he's not capable of winning by any means. All right. Ali Khan says, I'm basing this off the fact that Ian did not lose to the other guy. That Ian did not lose to the other guy? Which other guy are you talking about? Are you talking about the Shafkat fight? If you're talking about the Shafkat fight, man, I tell you what, the Shafkat fight is actually what makes me confident for Islam in this fight. How about that? That's what I think. So there it is, man. A good win by Neil Magny. Scandabio says, Shaka Khan, let me rock you. Let me rock you, Shaka Khan. Okay. Ali Khan says Shafkat. Okay, so I think I think he's sort of using your name as a mockery. Aaron Maga says, what's the controversy with Ian and his nutritionist? So the nutritionist used to be the ex-husband of his current wife, right? Which I had explained to you guys that I think the dynamic of that is a lot different than what you would imagine it to be. You know, I know you guys are thinking, oh, okay, well, this is a chance for the ex-husband to score on Ian Garry's wife, but that's not necessarily the case of what's going on. See, what I think is going on is that Ian Garry, for all intents and purposes, and you may agree with it or not, I don't have to necessarily agree with it, but he looks at himself as the alpha male. Okay? Fighters, most fighters, as they should, okay, believe that there's no man on earth that could take a girl from them. There's no man on earth that could beat them. Okay? So for Ian Garry's, nutritionist, ex-husband of Layla to live with them, yes, weird, but at the same time, I also understand and get where Ian Garry's mind is at. He's like, man, I'm the man in this house, right? Like, I could probably make this guy, I don't know, watch and, and do whatever I want. Like, yeah, there's the other, mental dynamic that I don't think a lot of people take into consideration, right? And the reason why a lot of people don't take it into consideration is because a lot of people don't really delve into these things. It's a stupid thing to kind of delve into, but if you're really going to delve into it, this is the reason why, guys. So, take it for what it's worth. Yeah, take it for what it's worth. He is a high-level grappler and one who now runs fight sports Deerfield Beach in South Florida. Tonight, the promising 23-year-old looks to produce his first UFC win. And he takes on that man, the fellow Brazilian UFC newcomer, Rio de Janeiro's Lucas Fernando, with the legendary UFC pioneer Pedro Izzo in his corner. So, what do you guys think about my theory on that? Let me know. As he arrives here in the Let me know in the comments section below.
And of course, later, you know what it is. Championship doubleheader live on Paramount Plus. What does Machado Garry have for Makhachev and Mackenzie Dern trying to make good on her first title event against Jillian Robertson? Now, Johnny the Greek with his best bet for UFC 330. This will not be a fade of Mackenzie
Scandabigo says gay. Well, I'm not doubting you, man. I ain't doubting you. I'm not fighting you on that. A part of me agrees with you, but that's not our business, is it? It's really not. What's the next fight?
He's got a lot of advantages down there, according to the data. Plus money, I love the underdog here, and she's almost a 2-1 dog. Jillian Robertson in the co
Gianni the Greek, man, he looks like a freaking degenerate.
Predictability is a trap.
Like, he looks like an untrustworthy guy. You know what I mean? And, you know, the whole gambling addict thing, you know, probably doesn't help either. Speaking of gambling addicts, where is Zane? Zane, where you at? And I can't hit him up either. Let's see if there's other means of social media I can hit him up with. Let me see here.
Well, the last time the UFC was in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it was 2019.
He might be a real one.
That was a UFC fight night. We got a numbered event here in the city of brotherly love. UFC 330, Makhachev versus Machado Garry. And speaking of which, what a career it has been.
All right.
Russia native Islam Makhachev, the former lightweight champ, reigning welterweight king. He has been Dustin foes left and right dating to 2015, and this just in, he was not getting worse. From the small Persian village in Dagestan, enter Islam Makhachev. Look out for this guy, because we used to grapplers, but not a grappler can hurt you so badly standing up. He hurts everybody. All my life, I'm dreaming to be UFC champion.
All right, man.
I just finished all questions. I just beat all my opponents. It must be just death when he gets hold of your neck. He's so strong.
Russell Crowe challenges the Gaddafi narrative. Every person is given a house, education, and healthcare are free. These were put in place by the same leader we were told was pure evil. They called him a monster, but what if the story we were sold was only half the truth? Oh, it is, man. It is. Yeah. Scandabigo says, it's our business if the world becomes Muslim. Bye-bye, gay. It's our world if the world becomes Muslim. I mean, explain to me, what does that have to do with the world becoming Muslim? You're going to have to explain that one to me, if you don't mind. Oh.
UFC lightweight champion has successfully defended this belt 4 times in a row. That is in front of Makhachev here tonight. Pound for pound king to expand his legacy. Islam Makhachev, the most decorated lightweight champion of all time. Chasing his second title in another division.
All right, so looks like they're going to be in a commercial for a minute here. Okay. Okay, we'll be right back. A little bathroom break here. All right, so yeah, we're just still waiting on the next fight. right now. Obviously, it was a very early finish for Neil Magny. So, yeah, they're going to, wait it out for a minute. Okay, be right back. A little bathroom break. Victory says Zane probably got too stoned. Um, you know what? I don't, man, here's the thing, man. Should that be an excuse, right? I guess it depends on, how you get affected by being stoned, right? One of the biggest boxing channels on YouTube, right? Boxing Voice, done by Nestor Gibbs, right? He's the owner of Boxing Voice. This guy smokes weed in every single episode. Every single episode, my man is puffing up and, probably spends about an eighth, per episode. He just sits there, lights one up, and talks boxing. You know, um, I don't know. I guess not everybody can do that. So, yeah, I suppose not everybody can do that. So, yeah. Like, oh no, dude, I got too stoned. No, dude. He says I used to be able to smoke too. I used to be able to smoke a lot too and feel normal, but not anymore. Is it because you probably stopped or don't do it every day, right? Yeah, weed is not good if you do it every day. Like when I mean good, I mean like it doesn't give you the, same quality if you're doing it on a consistent basis. There has to be just a little bit here and there. Yeah, it has to be one of them things. All right, so 1 hour and 6 minutes into this live stream, we are now in the third fight. Look at this dude. This dude looks crazy. Um, Victory says it just started giving me bad anxiety all of a sudden, so I stopped completely. When you mean anxiety, like, do you feel like you're non-functional when you walk into a place where you feel like you can't concentrate, or you think that there's a lot going on, or you're paranoid about something, right? Like, explain to me what you mean by when you say there's a certain aspect of anxiety that you feel. What did my man here say? My man here said, I smoke crack all the time, Scandibigo says. I mean, how very Swiss of you, right? That must be a Swiss thing for you to smoke crack all the time. AR says, hi, Kyrie in chat. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Like, comment, share, subscribe. Great show, in-depth analysis, knowledgeable, educated, and knows everything about the sport. Thanks. Thank you, my man. Thank you for that reminder to the world. And we are in fight number 3 of the night, guys. All right, Keith Peterson up next. All right, here we go, guys. Fight number 3 of the night. Oh, man, these guys are throwing right now. Here we go. They started off throwing already. Wow, 2 division champ in LFA. Ooh, spinning back kick right there. Ooh, nice by Fernando. Ooh. Good exchanges going on right now. Nice body kick by Fernando. All right, good 1-2 shot right there by Fernando. All right, very good body kicks so far by Fernando. Tobias is on top position right now, full guard control. Looking to get some control time on Fernando right now in this full guard. All right, this round, even though that had, I think Fernando won that round, right? Even though he got caught in the first round, off of his back. So, yeah, I'd give Fernando that. All right, good calf kicks by Fernando so far. Oh, man, he just knocked him down with that jab right there. Good jab knockdown by Fernando. Yeah, if it wasn't 10-9 in the first round for Fernando, yeah, it's definitely 10-9 for him right now. Good exchanges that he's throwing on Tobias right now. There's a spinning back kick right there. Good leg kick by Fernando. Good 1-2 shot right there by Fernando. Man, next up is Vicente Luque and Trayshawn Gore. You know that's going to be a banger of a fight right there. Yeah, that's a good one right there. Good kick right there. AR says prediction Islam versus Garry, Manchester versus Arsenal tomorrow. Garcia versus Ben, Raleigh versus Lopez, Van versus Pantoja, Otama versus Herkovich, Canelo versus Mbelli. Let's start from the very bottom right. Yeah, I got Canelo over Mbelli, Otama over Herkovich. I got Joshua Van beating Pantoja. Raleigh versus Lopez. I'm gonna go with Raleigh on that one. Garcia versus Ben. I'll take Connor Ben. I think this is one of those classic cases where hard work beats talent, and regardless of whether you like him or not, drug cheat or not, Connor Ben stays working hard. And Garcia sometimes slips. Manchester City and Arsenal. Of course, I got Manchester City. I hope they win. And Islam versus Garry. I got Islam, but with a very hard fight in front of him. That's what I say. What say you on that one? What is your predictions on that, AR? Let me know on the comment section below. Yeah, really world class striking on this one. All right, so that's 2 rounds for Fernando right there. Yeah, that was a jab. That was a nice jab that like put him down. You don't usually see a lot of people put somebody down with jabs, but that time you saw it.
Makhachev on the hunt for a UFC record 17 consecutive wins tonight in Philly. To get it, you will have to get past a skilled and confident Irish challenger in Fernando TKO Win. That's not all. It's Dern and Robertson in the co-main event for the strawweight title.
All right, round number 3. Third and final round on this one.
Outside the United States. All right, so he is in the white trunks. Seemingly would need a finish to get his first UFC win. Yeah, it was important to him. You lost, but now you got to pressure. Problem is, if you start to go more into the razors, that Fernando had. It's also his problem is his leg is so compromised. He can't really close the gap well. And Fernando keeps showing it that knee. Whenever he does try to get close. Tracy Cavalcante, Daniel Mendez among those in the corner. So he is certainly showing a willingness and some heart to stay in there against the guy who's fighting.
Yeah, very crisp striking on the part of Fernando. Oh, speaking of which, wow, he just finished him right there. Wow, dude. That is absolutely insane, man. Wow. Yeah, it was very phenomenal. Very phenomenal. Wow.
Got to take that open some eyes among the light heavyweight contenders. Lucas Fernando arriving in a big way tonight. The level that he showed tonight is just absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, I think that was a body shot that he hit him with.
Yeah, what did he beat him up with? I mean, those leg kicks. That was a giant part of this fight.
So let's see what that shot was that did it right there. Oh, oh, yeah. That was a knee to the body, too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a delayed reaction. Yeah, yeah. Great win for Lucas Fernando. Boom. Just threw that knee right there. Your very common technique and combination that you throw in UFC online. Yep, great win for Lucas Fernando on that one. I believe this is his UFC debut, right? All right, Lucas Fernando with. All right, let's hear what he has to say to Joe Rogan here. All right, man. What's up with Scandibigo? Something like a phenomenon. Something like a phenomenon. I believe that is an LL Cool J song, if I'm not mistaken, right? That is what you are currently emulating right now is an LL Cool J song, which, by the way, kind of gives me a little bit of an insight to how old you are, right? Unless, of course, you're one of these young guys that's like a music a music aficionado, but I would assume you're probably in your late 30s for you to know that much about LL Cool J. Something like a phenomenon. Something like a phenomenon. By any means necessary. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting movie or show, whatever. This is classic. All right, so what's the next fight coming up right now? We got Vicente Luque and Trayshawn Gore coming up. That's going to be a good fight. Mm. Okay, looks like they have some commercials going on right now in Paramount. Just some commercials, and yeah, they're going to be waiting for the next fight. All right, here we go. Next fight coming up. I'm in. All right, here we go, man. Vicente Luque and Tresean Gore in the cage right now. Oh, this is going to be cracking right here. This is going to be a cracking fight.
Slightly the underdog here near closing time. He's 34, Tresean Gore 32. 1 inch the difference in height, half an inch in reach with the silence attaching to Vicente Luque. Now for the introduction, Bruce Buffer.
All right, here we go. Bruce Buffer with the introduction.
From the Infinity Mobile Arena in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
This is going to be a banger of a fight right here. Like, this could probably be fight of the night right now, okay? I am predicting a fight of the night.
A big martial artist holding professional record. 7 wins, 4 losses. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing 186 pounds, fighting at the
Little River, South Carolina, huh? Here we go. This is fight number 4, y'all. Vicente Luque versus Tresean Gore. Oh, yeah, we're in for a fun fight. And, of course, Herb Deen serving as the referee. I'm not sure if the crowd is booing at... I'm not sure if they're booing at Herb Deen or the fighters. Ian the Vegan has no chance. 1 foot out the door, says. Shout out to you, bro, man. That's a very interesting name. What part of the world are you from? Ooh, good leg kicks by Vicente Luque there. Tresean Gore comes back with a leg kick of his own. Shout out to Canada, bro. What part of Canada? East Coast or West Coast? I'm in the West Coast of the United States, obviously in California, but yeah, let me know what part you guys are from. All right, nice hook attempt by Tresean Gore right there. Ooh, wow, good leg kicks by Vicente Luque. East, okay, so you're from the East, so near the Montreal or Toronto side, I'm assuming, right? Let me know if you got any good MMA gyms in your part of Canada. I know there's TriStar. There's TriStar by Faraz Zahabi. There's a few in Toronto, a few good ones, unknown ones, but good ones in Toronto. What else? What else? Other good gyms they got over there? Calgary, Alberta, Canada got some good gyms as well. let me know if you train or if you yeah, you know, or if you train in any prominent. Um, Machiavelli. Okay, that's a very interesting name. Shout out to Machiavelli, obviously a fan of Niccolo Machiavelli and also Tupac Machiavelli. In the latter stages of Tupac's life, sort of took on the moniker of Machiavelli. But yes, Scandivigo says, Chicago, don't test my gangsta. You heard. What part of the United States are you from to be talking like that, Scandivigo? Let me know, man. All right, so Trayshawn Gore has Jared Cannonier in his corner. There, what time does the main event start? Machiavelli says. Okay, so let's see. We are 2 hours away from the main card. So it's 4:20 right now. That would be 1 hour and 40 minutes from now. So give it about another 1 hour and 40 minutes from that. 2 hours from the main card. I would say about 8 p.m. Western time, Pacific, 8 p.m. So if you're tracking the West Coast right now, so I'm going to give it about 4 hours until the actual main event starts. Okay, how about that? Is that a fair assessment on the time of the main event? Let me know on the comment section below if you can, please. All right, so there is Mobland, a bit of some preview of Mobland. That should be interesting. By the way, shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in. Let's go. All right. So Trayshawn Gore opens with a jab. Vicente Luque not looking bad for somebody that is, you know, well, a little bit on the latter stages of his career, to put it kindly. Victory says Patty is in the new show. You know what, man? I like that Patty is on the show. I really do. I really like that Patty is on the show. Um, I'm trying not to overspeak, okay? But let me just put it like this, right? If there is a guy in the UK that needs to play a gangster role, it is Paddy Pimblett. Okay, I'm just gonna put it like that. You know, any real street dude out there knows what I'm sort of hinting at if you can read between the lines. But Patty, a real one. You heard? Patty, a real one. And he absolutely deserves that role. And also, rightfully so, he's doing very good in the UFC. He got that choke on BSD, similar to what Vicente Luque has going on right now. Looks like Vicente Luque is trying to finish Trayshawn Gore with this choke right here. I really hope I'm not disappointed in this main event. And guys, I am telling you right now, I'm not talking about any of the fighters that are involved in the card either. Okay, I'm talking about this fight companion in particular. Anyways, come on, England! Where you at, England? Let's go, lads. Let's go. Let's go, lads. Let's go. Okay, very good trip attempt by Vicente Luque, only to be reversed by Trayshawn Gore. Now Trayshawn Gore got him in a ground and pound position. Trayshawn Gore is trying to capitalize on the ground scrambling exchange of Trayshawn Gore, in which he, got the better of those exchanges. Look at that. Now he's attempting a rear naked choke on Vicente Luque. How about this? What do you think about Patty in that show? Guys, let me know. What do you guys think about Patty being on the Mobland show? Is it a good idea? Is he perfect for it? I happen to think he's perfect for it. You let me know why, or if you don't think that he has any business in acting. Either way, let me know. While Trayshawn Gore is in half guard position right now, overwhelming Vicente Luque as we speak. Wow, man, Vicente Luque taking a serious beating right now, guys. Oh, wow, he's looking for an arm triangle choke right here. Vicente Luque doing a very good job of escaping this position. Yeah, very good elbows right on the top right now by Trayshawn Gore. All right, so a much better round for Trayshawn Gore. Scandabigo says Darren Till would be a better choice. Uh, you know what? I agree with you. Darren Till would be a better choice only because, oh, well, let me just put it bluntly like this, right? Darren Till and Patty Pimblett have a very similar background, right? So that similarity in background, okay, and I let you figure out what that is, I think allows them to both be in that space equally. Darren Till, on the other hand, right, because he's a bigger man, I think there is a little bit more depth into fierceness behind that, right? Like he's over 6 feet two, 6'1" the most. There's a very tall presence about him. Patty is an average sized man, right? The reason why there's so much depth in the 155 division is simply because the average size human being around the world walks around somewhere between the average of 155, right? Being that the smaller men on Earth would probably be, 112, 120, something like that. So all the 155ers would be in the middle, which sort of averages out the whole entire sample human population size into what the majority of men's sizes are around the world, which is that of a 155er. All right. So nonetheless, there's nothing really scary about that. Although, as MMA fans, we know, right? We know, like somebody like Michael Musumeci would absolutely tear you up in the streets, right? In fact, probably even take your ankle and break you, right? We know that, right? But he's a 125er. DJ, we know DJ could, and he's demonstrated that in an open weight category in a jiu-jitsu tournament. DJ still doing a damn thing, even after years, right? In an open weight tournament in jiu-jitsu, like it was in a video game. Okay. We know guys like that can whoop ass. We know guys like Khabib would whoop ass. There was a moment where Khabib got into it with somebody at a San Jose grocery store, and this was like some really big redneck white dude, right? Who was probably like 6'5", right? And kind of big and fat or whatever. But we knew what would have happened. This wasn't like a Ben Rockwell type of white dude or a Cain Velasquez type of heavyweight or a Tom Aspinall type of guy, right? We knew this guy was just an average Joe who had size, but these guys that have the skills and not necessarily the size can still whoop your ass. So with that in mind, we know Patty is a scary human being, right? Especially if you understand fighting. But for people that don't understand fighting and look at Darren Till like, oh, okay, you see Darren Till walking down at an airport, you see him at a beach, you see him at a social gathering, like this dude is meant to be a fighter, or that this dude is a fighter, hands down. Ali Khan says, Chiwetel, what fight is now? What? Chihuahua? What is that word? What fight is now? Well, the fight right now is Vicente Luque and Trayshawn Gore, which makes this fight number 4. This makes it fight number 4. So yeah, makes it fight number 4. Trayshawn Gore and Vicente Luque. Ali Khan says Patty is like a mini McGregor in terms of height. Well, I tell you what, man, they could do something way bigger than Patty, right? For instance, that particular uh, participation in Mobland, I think, is very helpful. Ali Khan says he had the crowd going. Who did? You're talking about Patty, right? When you said that he had the crowd going, you're talking about Patty, right? Yeah. Man, here's the thing, right? How do we compare him to Conor McGregor? Is he the next Conor McGregor, though? Here's what I'll say, right? I think, I think Patty, I think Patty is its own entity, right? For its own different time. Oh, okay. During the McGregor era, right? We had to go through the paywall of watching a pay-per-view to see what is this mythical Irish creature that they're talking about in Conor McGregor, right? We had to go see it through a paywall. We had to pay pay-per-view, and that's what it was. Okay. So we had to spend a little bit of money to go see Conor McGregor. And he was a must-see TV, so it was worth it. Whenever you had a McGregor fight going on, it didn't feel, man, I'm telling you, like back in the days, if you put money into a pay-per-view fight, you spent money on it and you had an event going and you had all the homies come through. And let's say it was one of those lackluster fights, very similar to the ending of Max Holloway and McGregor recently, right? Now you just feel like you wasted $80 of your money. So there are some fights that don't make you feel like that. The McGregor Khabib fight, I didn't feel like that. Jose Aldo McGregor, I didn't feel like that. Mac, I didn't feel like that. I even ordered the Dustin Poirier fight as well. I remember that. No regrets. It didn't feel like a regret. Trayshawn Gore wins by decision on this one right here. So yes, it didn't feel, yeah, it didn't feel like a regret. Okay, it didn't feel like a regret. Um, but you got to understand for Patty and what it's worth right now, he's in a different era where he's not measured by pay-per-view metric numbers the way that McGregor was. You understand? It's not the same anymore. What it is today is measured by, well, okay, how many views is he going to garner in Paramount? And guess what? Mobland is a good indication of where his star trajectory is going to be in the modern era. You understand what I'm saying? It is all predicated on his Paramount numbers, Paramount Network numbers. How does Mobland do? How does uh okay, very interesting stuff Trayshawn Gore is saying here. Just thought I'd sort of mention it. He was saying that he doesn't do drugs, doesn't do anything, doesn't do anything detrimental to his body. Very interesting. Okay, so Gore wins decision. Just sort of putting this in a timestamp. Okay, so I'm gonna name this pay-per-view era post McGregor. Okay, so why is it important to bring this up, right? It's a different metric that they are both measured in. So back then, it was a formula of Conor McGregor being must-see TV. Okay. Oh, wow. Trayshawn Gore lost his teeth right there. Very interesting stuff. So, Aaron Maga says, there you go. I wasted money on Conor versus Holloway. How? Are you talking about by your Paramount subscription? And how about that? That's also another metric that they are going to measure Conor McGregor in, right? How many people subscribed to Paramount just right before the Conor McGregor fight in anticipation to the Conor McGregor fight, right? That's the other aspect that you have to sort of measure. But like I said, they're stars in their own way. McGregor was the last of the Mohicans in terms of pay-per-view stars, right? That's the best way to sort of describe Conor McGregor. After him, there was no more in terms of people willing to pay $80 just to watch a pay-per-view. Now, obviously, there are countries right now where pay-per-view is still an ongoing thing. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at which countries still pay pay-per-view in UFC. Which countries? All right. So while the United States ended its traditional pay-per-view following the shift to Paramount, the pay-per-view model remains active internationally. Countries where fans still pay for the UFC pay-per-view events include Canada. Sorry, Canada. I know we got some Canadians in the chat right now. Australia. Um, the Australians are a big UFC fan, at least for a niche part of its population. New Zealand as well. Obviously, they're part of that whole entire South Pacific region alongside select major broadcast markets like the United Kingdom, okay, because obviously they have the same format that TNT does, or formerly known as BT Sport, now known as TNT, but nonetheless the same company, right? The rest of the world varies entirely by regional media rights holders, such as local broadcasts or the UFC Fight Pass configuration. Now, here's what's interesting about the Fight Pass, right? If you had the Fight Pass right now, you would be able to watch the walkouts live. But Fight Pass doesn't always mean availability for consumers in the United States. For example, if you're going to watch the replay of this fight, you're not going to get the entrance. You're not going to get the full broadcast. In fact, they're going to give it to you in a very decompartmentalized, clipped manner. Drizzy Goat says Morales KOs Islam stiff if he gets past Garry today. Will Michael Morales beat Islam Makhachev? I tell you what, man. Michael Morales is a very big guy, very powerful, okay? And not only very powerful, but very dangerous in a knockout power department. Yes, there is a great chance that he can stiff Islam, right? But here's the thing, is Islam going to allow it, considering the wrestling prowess of Islam Makhachev, which, by the way, you are going to see in full display later on, right? He's going to lock in close range position. Once he gets a close range position, he locks in, targets in, and then goes and bangs away. Okay? Ground and pound position, tries to improve his position through transitions, and eventually will attempt a submission or be successful at it. Right? I reckon there's a high chance that Islam gets a submission, but he's going to have to work for it. And also, depending on the level of mistakes that Garry makes, is going to be predicated on how dominant Islam Makhachev is going to be. Okay? So if Garry doesn't make a lot of mistakes, if he's on his P's and Q's, right, maintaining the distance, maintaining takedown defense, I think that he's going to get away from a lot of Islam's dangerous points. And what exactly is that? Close range. Remember, Islam has very good dirty boxing, Randy Couture style dirty boxing, where he can get in there right under the clinch, just start throwing bombs at you with some hooks from the dirty boxing, clinch positions. He has head kick knockouts. I don't know how that's going to work out with somebody like Ian, who is a little bit longer and taller, but we saw in the face-off that there wasn't really much between them. Let me see here. Drizzy Goat says Morales is a monster. Garry ain't as good as Morales or Prates. Very interesting analysis there. Okay. Victory says curious about what Garry thinks he's going to do to defend the single legs. I have some comments about that and about his camp, actually. What you just said triggered that part of my brain to think about that. Victory also says the size discrepancy looked more like I was expecting in the ceremonial face-off. Scandivigo says Connor was a star. Patty have some followers. They'll get a new audience. Free promo using Patty in the UFC, same as real movies. Give small roles to big podcaster comedians. Okay, so explain that to me, Scandivio. From the synopsis of what I can gather out of what you're saying, is that they're going to use this Paramount deal to promote their network, but also use it to promote their fighters, i.e., give them movie roles and things of that nature, and in process also, I guess, collaborate with comedians, with streamers as well. I think they did a very good job of doing that with the Nelk boys. Although the Nelk boys right now are under a lot of hot water because they wanted to support and give an interview to that president in that Middle Eastern country that we dare not mention, and they sort of got a lot of flack for it, right? So I was thinking, what if the UFC decided, hey, you know what, collaborate with somebody like Sneeko? I know they tried to do that with Andrew Tate. They did a collaboration with Andrew Tate where he showed up at their slap event. I believe Andrew Tate was at a UFC fight. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? But I know that during a UFC Abu Dhabi fight week, he did meet with Leon Edwards. A lot of people sort of gave Leon Edwards some flack for that. Hey, why are you fraternizing with human trafficker, right? And Leon Edwards, to his innocence, was just dumbfounded, like, hey, man, I'm just trying to, hang out with some famous people, man. You know what I mean? Just take selfies. This is that kind of thing. There's just people that are like that. Like, they see people that are interesting or people that are known or people that are in certain positions of authority, and they feel the need to, wanting to take a picture with that person. You don't know how many times in a Marine Corps uniform I've had people that, wanted to take pictures with me and the guys, right? Because they feel good, I guess, about that, right? They know that, hey, this is these guys go to war, or these guys serve, and or you meet somebody who's famous, and yeah, why not? Let's take a picture. Like, if I was to see Robert De Niro at an Italian restaurant, would I take a picture with him? Sure, why not? Why not? It's an experience. Obviously, training at Team Alpha Male was an experience. So why not? Why not take a picture with Uriah days before his UFC debut on the same fight card as John Jones won the light heavyweight title, right? That's just what you do. But I think, yeah, they sort of over judged Leon Edwards for that, right? But on the other hand, are you supposed to be, willfully ignorant to the crimes and the transgressions of other people? And, I guess you can't expect everybody to, operate in that same level of intelligence or emotional intelligence and what have you. Okay, so going back to what you're saying, I'm going to continue on with the comments. Okay, but I wanted to address what I was going to say with Marty earlier about the single leg, right? In particular, his team. Okay, so Chael Sonnen made a point about Ian Garry switching up teams or having too many teams, right? He compared it to Little League wrestling clubs, okay? You see these kids that compete in wrestling at a very young age. He said that a lot of these kids wrestle in different clubs, right? Well, obviously, that is, I don't know. You know what? I don't know what is the benefits to that or not the benefits of that, because I tell you what, from my wrestling experience, we had a club in New Jersey called Peak Wrestling, right? This is where all the elite wrestlers or kids that if your parents, want you to be elite, you get to train with other people that are competing at a championship level, in the States, in the finals and things of that nature, right? So that was called Peak Wrestling. It was one club, but remember, it was during the days where there was no internet. right? And you heard it from a word of mouth. Our coach in middle school wrestling, Coach Todd Hibbert, by the way, a standout in Rutgers University wrestling, right? He recommended, hey, go to this school, Peak Wrestling, and see what you get out of it. And that was word of mouth. Nowadays, you want to go to an elite wrestling school or a wrestling club, there's plenty of those. So what Chael was saying was that there's a lot of kids that represent a lot of clubs, and then when these kids go out and wrestle in tournaments, next thing you know, you got like 4 or 5 other coaches showing up in their corner, and the kid is dumbfounded, doesn't even know who his club is, right? And he compares Ian Garry's experience to something like that. And I got to be honest with you, I got to disagree with Chael on that one, right? Because here's the thing, right? Perhaps maybe that is applicable to a singular compository sport of wrestling, okay, which is perfectly fine, right? A single compository sport, single focus, okay, which is wrestling. But when it comes to MMA, I got to be honest with you, man. I think Ian Garry is doing the right thing, right? People say, well, he left his team in Ireland. Yeah, because Ireland is absolutely shite when it comes to MMA. I'm sorry. They are. They rely on, and this is no disrespect to the Irish or anything like that, but, they rely on talent, i.e. somebody like Conor McGregor. They either rely on drunken rage, right? Some of these other Irish guys that you see in the regional scenes, or they just rely on delusion like James Gallagher from SBG. But on any regard, there's not a lot that you can really learn from Irish MMA or Irish fighters, unless, of course, if those Irish fighters go out of their way to train with the likes of Faraz Zahabi and and anyone else, right? I believe Joe Duffy, who had beaten Conor McGregor previously, had trained with Faraz Zahabi, if I'm not mistaken. But what Ian Garry is doing is a correct thing for MMA, because there's a lot to learn. And the fact that there's a lot to learn means that you need to have a lot of help. You need a lot of help. And Ian Garry is doing the right thing with the type of team that he has brought around him, and the type of coaching staff that he has. I think he's doing all the right things. Is it going to work? It's worked for him so far. Will it work against Islam? I highly doubt it, but that is why we are here to find out with this fight. So here we go. And then wait just a second. I'm going to go back and read your comments, okay? All right, I'm back right here with fight number 5 between Donte Johnson and McConaughey. I'm really excited to see what Johnson will do here. I've been eyeing him for a minute. He's undefeated right now. All right, back to the comments as we are covering Johnson versus McConaughey right now. Fight number 5 of the night. Okay, so let me read some of these comments right here. Scandabigo says Connor was a star. Patty has some followers. They'll get a new audience and free promo using Patty in the UFC, same as real movies. Give him small roles to big podcaster comedians. Scandabigo says BB is a humanitarian. Is that what you really think? Victory says jiu-jitsu is unlikely to work against Islam. Yes, correct. He says, I'd love to see Greg Jones versus Khabib. Ooh, with no leg locks. Oh, man, just like that, out of nowhere. Donte Johnson with a KO. Donte Johnson with a KO out of nowhere, man. Wow, dude. Wow. Wow, dude. What a knockout out of nowhere. Wow, just literally seconds into that fight, man. Seconds into that fight. Wow. Wow, very explosive. Very explosive knockout. Boom. Left hand straight. Wow, man. He dropped him, man. He like fell. Wow. Boom. He like really extended his shoulders out of it. Yeah, man. That dude's undefeated for a reason, guys. That dude is undefeated for a reason. Wow. Aaron Maga says Islam will make an example out of Ian tonight. Yep. So here's the thing, right? They asked Islam Makhachev, is this your biggest fight? He said, no, I already had my biggest fight getting the double championship against Jack, right? That is a milestone, not a big fight. Okay, respectfully disagreeing with my brother Islam, right? Yeah, it is a milestone, not a big event. This is a big event. On top of that, also on top of a milestone. Yes, it is its own separate milestone, getting your double championship, right? But what Islam has going on tonight is now just adding on to the legacy. And then after this, after these accolades that he wins for tonight, check this out. He continues on the streak. Then 17 becomes 18, and then 18 becomes 19, and then 19 becomes 20. Like he said during the fight week media scrums, press conferences, and and everything else, all the media obligations that he had to do. He explained to you guys that he's looking to build a record that is hard to beat. And we're talking 20 win streak, multiple title defenses. The other one is having multiple title defenses in multiple weight classes. I believe DC is the only one to have done that. Ilya hasn't done that. Connor definitely hasn't done that. George St. Pierre only defended in welterweight multiple times, but vacated after winning middleweight. Scandabigo says Greg prepared Volkanovski and Madalena for Islam 2-0 Sambo. Well, there you go. There you go, right? This doesn't mean that the grappling of Greg Jones doesn't work. It doesn't mean that. What I will say though is I think with Muay Thai, I'm sorry, not Muay Thai, guys. My mind was in Muay Thai there for a second, but I'm going to tell you why in a second, why my mind was in Muay Thai. But back to Jiu-Jitsu, right? I think that people think because the Dagestanis dominated Craig Jones and his team, that they think that somehow their style doesn't work, right? Remember, the Greg Jones style is effective for everyone else. It worked enough for Madalena to take down Bilal Muhammad, stuff his takedowns, right? Keep the fight on the feet, showing the superior skills of striking on the part of Jack Della Maddalena by preventing the takedowns with a good takedown defense. So Greg Jones did a good job at that, right? But what happens if somebody takes you down, ground controls you, holds you down? What are you going to do then? Right? That is the question. What are you going to do then? And this is what separates the training from just mainstream regular jiu-jitsu, just doing jiu-jitsu every day, doing nothing but jiu-jitsu, but yet you're not improving on the weight training category. You're not improving on the category of strength, of speed that you're trying to grow. There's none of that going on. There's not you trying to enhance your attributes in any kind of way, strength and conditioning stuff. It's just that's just what you rely on. But when you look at the Soviets, which is the style that Khabib and his team adapted from, they emphasize a lot of functional strength training. Okay, very similar to what you guys see me do, which, by the way, is where I get a lot of these ideas from, right? I think that is what separates it right there is the strength and conditioning factor. The Dagestanis have a particular way of strength and conditioning. Kamzat had a certain way and then enhanced it when he went with Sam Kavia, right? Um, it just gives you that extra edge on top of your technique. Whereas with somebody like Greg Jones and his style, I think they are highly reliant on just skill alone without matching the skills and the attributes. See, I'll give you an example of who's a really good grappler that mixes both of those, right? Sean Brady. You look at Sean Brady, dude, he looks the part. Not only does he look the part, he can play the part because he can grapple his ass off, right? He has the strength because he has elite level strength and conditioning program. You know, those boys in Philly and New Jersey, right? That particular area, they love the lift down there. There's a weightlifting culture in that part of the world. The Jersey Shore, Philadelphia, right? That is cultural proximity to Sean Brady. So they love. So he has a good strength and conditioning program that he does in terms of building a certain level of strength with all the squats that he does, all the insane level of deadlifts that Sean Brady does on top of on top of the maxes that he does and the other strength and conditioning programs that he does. But he mixes that with his elite jiu-jitsu and good wrestling background to go along with it, right? So he mixes attributes, athleticism with skill. Whereas I think there's a certain guys that hyperly rely on skill more than they ever do in anything else. And Adrien Broner is another example of that in boxing. He's actually the opposite of that. He just relies on his skill. I believe he told who was the guy that he told this to? Larry Wheels, maybe, or some other bodybuilding dude, why he doesn't lift weights. No, Fauzi. It was Fauzi, the Arab guy. So that's what he told him. Scandabigo says, "You're eating pad thai." No. Scandabigo says, "Oh yeah, we read that part." Yeah. So yeah. I don't like the idea that they try to make it seem like, oh, this is Ireland versus Dagestan, right? It's so not that. It's so not that because, whoa, Islam hit it right on the nail, man. He said, uh, this is not, this is not the Ireland guy. He is bullshit. He is Brazil guy. All his team Brazilian. See, he ain't lying about that. So, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about eating pad thai, Scandabigo. I'm not even eating, or I don't know. Maybe you're watching from like a rewinded version. I did eat something earlier, so I don't know. But yeah, all right, man. All right, so they're showing a bit of some promo with Islam. Ian Garry says, I am the future. I am inevitable. Don't you see? I am the future. You talk too much. After this, he never talk about me. All right, we're just awaiting the. All right, here we go, man. Next fight coming up. We got Charles Johnson coming up right now. They say he's like the one of the active fighters in the UFC right now. That's what I like to see, man. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm into his whole, little Fu Manchu haircut he's got going on. But all right, whatever rocks. All right, Eduardo Chople. Does anybody get annoyed with all the commercials that they got going on in Paramount? But I guess that's the price of free, as they say. All right, here we go, guys. Fight number 6 between Johnson and Chapelin. Here we go. The very active Johnson. Drizzy Goat says, I got Johnson by KO. Who you got? I got Johnson as well. I'm pretty confident in how he'll do in this one. Oh man, good wild exchanges right here by Chapeline. Wow, good leg kicks, good exchanges. 315, 313, 310. Shoots in, misses. Yeah, man, that's what Charles Johnson is notorious for, knowing to really take away a lot of people's winning streaks. Drizzy Goat says Garry by decision. Okay, very interesting choice there. Gil Robertson by decision, my picks. But I believe Morales and Prates are number 1 and 2 at 170 right now. I agree with the last part on the rankings at 170. I agree with Jillian Roberts. I don't agree with the Ian Garry decision. Let's see how our predictions stack up. I check 1 2 1 2. I think something's wrong with my Paramount. Anybody having issues with their Paramount, or is it just my internet connection? Perhaps let me know. Um, Drizzy Goat says, yeah, that's a tough one. This still Islam's hardest fight on his resume for sure. Okay. It starts at 6 p.m. Pacific for the main. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah. 6 p.m. Yeah. Less than 3 hours from now, actually. What's going on here? Oh. for a body lock position right here. Oh, some big. The internet is back. The internet, 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 internet, the internet, the internet, the internet, the internet, use all internet niggas, internet, 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 the internet, the internet. Yeah, just mocking the situation right now because I'm not having good reception. Drizzy Goat says you will see Garry is better than Volk, Oliveira, Jack, Dustin, and Armin. You will see. There's a chance Garry knocks him out cold. Man, you really believe in this guy, don't you? You absolutely believe in Homeboy. Ain't that a goddamn thing, boy? Ain't that a goddamn thing, boy? Dang, bro. Yeah, so you really believe in Ian Garry? Yes, goddamn thing. All right, guys, here we go. Round number 2, we go. Round number 2, we go, boys. But yeah, why do you believe in Drizzy Go? Why do you believe in Ian Garry so much? Is it because of I guess I suppose you're really impressed with his striking, I would assume, right? Nonchalant Boy says, although Garry is a big threat, I still think I believe in Islam, and I think that he has the power and ability to do what it takes to win the fight. Okay. Drizzy Goat says, he's beat some good fighters. That is true. I believe he's better than Jack. Remains to be seen. I had a close fight with Shafkat. I think I think it's good. I think he's Islam's hardest fight, but I also think Morales and Protest both beat Islam and Garry. Well, Protes and Ian Garry did fight already, so there's that. You know what I mean? Like they fought already. We know what that looks like. And where Ian Garry stacks up against him in particular. So yeah. Yeah, man, my reception is bad right now. Forgive me. At least my the fight, trying to watch the fight, the reception is bad. Drizzy Goat says Protest just about KO'd him in the fifth, and Protest got better. Protest KO Jack. Don't forget that Islam couldn't finish Jack. Yeah, that's hard to defend right there. You know, even if you're an Islam Makhachev fan, it's kind of hard to defend that. Yeah, why didn't he finish JDM? Is it just because JDM had good submission defense, indicative of training with the likes of uh, Craig Jones, right? Could it be that? So it does baffle me a little bit that he wasn't able to finish Jack for sure. Or is it just styles make fights? You know, and sometimes it's just predicated on the fact that that guy decided, you know what, I'm going to make a conscious effort and not making a mistake today. How about that? They just decided, yeah, I'm nowhere near mistakes today. So, Drizzy Goat says, Protest is that good. That's why. He's improved since Garry loss. He has. But it also shows you the level that he's at because he couldn't beat Garry. You know, oh, wow. Good shots by Charles Johnson there. All right, that is the end. Drizzy Goat says, protests would flatline your boy Islam. It's only a matter of time. He would flatten Islam, huh? I don't know if Islam would allow him to get that close, or at least within range to be able to do that. I think he would close the distance on him. Don't mind the chewing. I'm just taking some Tums right now because I had a bit of some caffeine and some energy drinks, so I can remain high octane energy for you guys all throughout this fight or this event. And it froze on me again. Drizzy Goat says, that's if Garry doesn't do it today, which I think he has a good chance of doing so. Okay. Perhaps. But there's upsets that happen in combat sports all the time, right? There's always going to be upsets. However, there's a status quo. All right. And for those of you that grew up in this Anderson Silva, the GSP era, you know what status quo I'm talking about, right? You always know that there is that one consummate champion that's controlling the entire division, whether that was GSP at 170, whether that was Anderson Silva at 185. You remember that era, right? Islam is sort of like that in that same trajectory, right? He is showing you why he is the status quo of this division. He says, I say W streak stops at 16. Okay. He is tied with Anderson Silva. And maybe there's a reason why Anderson Silva has never surpassed that, right? Is there just a limit, especially with the fact that when you're in the UFC, they're constantly throwing top level competition at you? Also, understand this, right? How to keep up with an entire division like that, what you have to do is go through the ringer. I mean, really go through the ringer where you are getting effed up, right? Like severely effed up. But Islam didn't have that trajectory. There were a lot of fights where he was unscathed. I mean, there were some fights where he had wars, like the Dustin Poirier fight. But that was not indicative of his overall career, which was just nothing but finishes, early submissions, the Bobby Green fights, the Dan Hooker fights, you name it. The Moicano fights. These were fights that he didn't take a lot of damage in. Whereas with Anderson Silva, maybe a few times he had to go through the ringer, right? And then eventually he ran across Chris Weidman. And that was that. Drizzy Gold says, if Islam subs Garry, I would be impressed. Okay. Well, we really get to find out the upper bound limits of Islam Makhachev's ability, especially at 170, right? That's the beauty of what we get to see tonight, inshallah. Drizzy Goat says, but I say Garry by decision or a sneaky KO. All right. That is a possibility. I highly doubt it, but it is a possibility, and it's fun to speculate, especially before the fact, right? So we'll see how this one goes. There's one show. They have a lot of good shows in Paramount. That's one show I will not watch. Is The Lioness. I mean, just the premise of it alone is just like, oh God, are you like really trying to purposely annoy me? Drizzy Goat says, Garry is big and long, bro. Pause. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. You ain't gotta say pause with me. For me, I assume in good faith that you're not gay. I assume everybody in good faith is not gay until they, really are adamant in admitting to me they are. In that case, I don't know what to tell you. Your father failed you in life. But yeah, yes, you ain't gotta, add pause for me on that one. So third round submission by Charles Johnson on this one right here. Third round submission, Twister. Yeah. See what he's talking about here. Oh, he's singing the Fly Eagles song.
Charles, I want to take a look at that submission because a lot of people don't even understand what happened. You took his back, and in the scramble, he tried to escape from back control, and you locked up this guy's twister. Talk us through this. Okay,
so you got a twister right here.
Once I get my legs in, it's over with, and I kind of made him feel like
he says, I don't like Dern, bro. Let's go Rubinstein by finish. Yeah. I'm with you on that one. I think she could get a finish. I think if there's anybody in the main and co-main event that could get a finish between the four athletes, it is probably Jillian over Dern. There's a higher chance that Islam and Ian go to a decision for sure. But you never know. That is all also highly dependent upon if Ian Garry can prevent if he can prevent a lot of takedown attempts stuff the takedowns, also defend a lot of submissions as well. That's all, really predicated on that. But yeah, I'll buy it, bro. I buy it. Dern gets finished by. All right, what is this? The Uprising. Looks like some William Wallace type of stuff right here. Oh, it's coming out in September 11th. Oh, the irony. There's Edson Barboza right there. Where is he in the card placement of this one right here? So, all right, Charles Johnson. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, so he's the card opener. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's the card opener. Okay. Um, there's one more fight. Oh yeah, KG Njokuani taking on Joel Alvarez. Scandabigo says rap time. Rap time. What song? Or just off the dome. Oh, all right. Akinjoki. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, right? Doing a fight companion is rough. It really is. But you know what? I'm here anyway. I'm gonna make the most of it, but it is rough. And uh I hope that it is not the even though it gets me the most views sometimes, right? Especially the fight companions, I get that. But I don't want it to be uh the overall like um display of my performance, right? Drizzy Goat says, yeah, that's a tough one. It's still Islam's hardest fight on resume. Yes, it is. You will see Garry is better than Volk, Justin. Okay. He's Scanabigo says pick a song. Let's see, pick a song. Okay. Let me see here. America's Most Wanted, Tupac. Let's see the lyrics on this one. Picture perfect. I'll paint a picture, bomb a position. This is what it'll be. Let's pull up the lyrics on this one. Your favorite hip hop old school. Two of America's most wanted. Ain't nothing but a gangsta party. Light that up, light that up. Yeah. Picture perfect. I'll paint a picture. Bomber suckers with precision. My intentions to get richer. With the SN double OP DO double G, my onion homie. This cold show enough. I keep my head on my gun because they got me on the run. Now I'm back in the courtroom waiting on the outcome. Free Tupac is all them new niggas mine, but at the same time, it seems they trying to take mine. So I'm gonna get smart and get defenseman and shit and put together a million monsters, some gangster shit. Haha. So now you got a lace, two multi-millionaire fucking catching cases. Bitches get ready for the throwdown. Shit's about to go down. Me and Snoop are about to clown. I'm losing my religion. I'm vicious on these stool pigeons. You might be deep in this game, but got your rules missing. Niggas be acting like they savage. I'm about to get the cabbage, but I got nothing but love on my niggas living lavish. I got a pit named Heedy. She niggerina. She got a Howland Hills right next to Chino. And I think I got a black Beamer. But my dream is to own a fly casino like Bugsy Siegel and get scooped up with a little homie in a regal. It feels good to you, baby baba. You see, this is for the G's and the keys, motherfucker. Now follow us, we ride. Mother up the rest, two of the best from the west side. I can make you famous. Niggas been dying for years, so how can they blame us? I live in fear of felony. Never stop balling on these West Coast G's. If you got a better flaunt it. Another warrant. Two of America's most wanted. Ain't nothing but a gangster party. Party. Ain't nothing but a motherfucking gangster party. Now give me 50 feet. Defeat is not my destiny. Release me to the streets and whatever's left of me. Jealousy and envy, suffering is greed. Better be prepared when you fuckers run with me. I'll bust a fleet. The niggas must be crazy. What? There ain't no mercy, motherfuckers. Ain't no babies, thugs. You thought it was, but it wasn't. Now disappear. Bow down in the presence of a boss player. It's like cuz, blood, gang bang, and everybody in the party dope slang. And you got to have paper in this world. You might get your first snatch before your eyes swirl. You're doing your job every day and you work hard and your head turn gray. Let me tell you about my life and the way it is. You see, we live by the guns, so we die by the guns. You know, who roll with my Glock. You know, away from in the black bench trying to do a show a day. And they wonder how I live with 5 shots. Niggas is hard to kill on my block. Schemes for currency and dope related. Affiliated with the hustlers is how we made it. No answers to the question. I'm trying to get up on it. All right, here we go. Next fight coming up. All right, here we go, guys. Fight number 7. Fight number 7 of the night. He says, pretty good, 2 Kai. Yeah, man. You've been listening to Pac for quite some time, right? You know, you figures you'd probably understand his his rhythm and his cadence, right? Speaking of which, yeah, the cadence of this fight between Alvarez and Njoku starting off very slow right now for 39 of the first round right now. All right, low kicks by Njoku. He's throwing some good low kicks right there. Good front kicks. All right, man. Good mix up of some strikes right here. Oh, constant with the front kicks is Chitty. Okay, good leg kick by Alvarez. Okay, good leg kick by Alvarez. Yeah, less than 20 minutes and we're already in the main card, man. Can you believe it, man? So that means we're just edging closer towards Islam versus Ian Garry. Ooh, good shots by Alvarez right here. Firing off some shots. Ooh, good straight shots. Ooh, nice spinning back kick by Alvarez. Yeah, man. Just a bit of a stand and bang type of fight these two have going on right now. Yeah, very good front kick by Njokuani. Yeah, this is just a straight up Muay Thai fight right now at this point. Wow, very good fight, man. If you like stand up fights, this is what this fight is offering you right now. A good stand up fight. All right, that is end of round number one. I give it to Njokuani. All right, here we go. Round number. All right, so round number two. Alvarez and Njokuani. Njokuani doing a very good job with the front kicks, keeping him at bay, and now hitting him with some straight shots. All right, so Njokuani, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. Not very good at pronouncing African names. Yeah, he's asking why doesn't Alvarez take him down? Very good question. I think because he probably feels confident in his striking, even though he's losing. Look, what you see on TV versus what the guy's POV and what he's seeing, may be completely different. So, you may see a fight where, the other guy is winning, but in reality, the other guy is winning. But yeah, so he probably feels like he doesn't need. All right, good exchanges. All right, so now they're just standing right in front of each other right now with 2:15 left. All right, so that is the end of round number 2 right there. Um, yeah, I would. It would be hard for me to give that one to Alvarez, right? On Jiangxi the whole time, the African dude. All right, let's hear what the corner has to say right now. He says you got plenty of gas. You back him up, take him to the side.
Well, return to Philadelphia in style. Shop the outstanding UFC 330 merch collection online now at UFCstore.com. Those old school Eagles colored Philadelphia jackets are unbelievable. All right, here we go. Third and final round.
He says, why? Yeah. Is this sparring? Scandabigo asks. It looks like it, right? But they're sort of at a comfortable rinse and repeat pace. It's the best way I could really describe it, right? It's like a rinse and repeat pace that they got going on right now. So, wow, just constant body kicks. Yeah, there's another leg kick right there. No checking from Alvarez at all. Now Alvarez is back. All right, so now getting in these tough clinch positions as Alvarez trying to draw out something different in this fight. After this, it's the Edson Barboza Esteban fight. Man, I don't like Edson's chances at all. I don't like his. Uh, 210, 209, 207 left in this third round right now. Good exchanges between them. Ooh, good shots. As much as you're saying this is like a sparring session that they got going on right now, watch. In like maybe the last 30 seconds or so, they're going to try and explode. Sort of like a last minute Max Holloway thing that they're going to do. Less than 60 seconds left into this fight. Let's see how they explode in the last final minutes of this one, which is I had anticipated. But like I said, they are fighting at a comfortable pace that they started from the very beginning, and they just sort of took it on autopilot till the end. Not saying that they didn't try. Obviously, if you look close, they obviously are putting in a sweat for this fight, but they are at a very controlled, relaxed pace, almost as a way of later regretting that you didn't really try as much, especially if you are on the receiving end of a bad judge's decision, perhaps. All right, 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of round number 3. I think that is a win for the African dude. Yeah, I think that's an easy one for the African guy. Yeah, he won this one, man. Sarvar says hi. Hello, Sarvar. Let me know what part of the world you are from. And first time I've seen you in this chat. All right, man. So that concludes the prelims and going into the main card right now. We should have some really interesting fights up ahead. So, yeah, man. Good times ahead. And shout outs to the 500 people around the world that has tapped in to this live stream so far. All right, Charles. On to the main. All right, we're just watching the intro to UFC Philadelphia. Scandabigo says, Jillian feels weird. She can't smoke. Jillian feels weird. She can't smoke. What do you mean by that? It's her normal medicine. Huh? What do you mean? Like the Magic Dragon thing? You mean like before a fight? Like, what do you mean? You gotta, emphasize to me a little bit, with a little more details as to what you mean. If you can elaborate a little bit. Oh, is that right? Is that right? I didn't know that about Jillian Roberts. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, because obviously I know that that's legal in Canada, but okay, so that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. You're talking about Robertson, right? In Miami? I don't think. I'm not sure if it's Miami, my man. Uh, yeah, I don't know about Miami. I don't know about Miami. I'll give it, maybe Canada. At least that's what I thought. Look, here's the thing, right? Does it actually? Do you honestly think that it gives some sort of I don't know, I guess a sports enhancement derivatives in some kind of way, maybe some kind of recovery mechanism, right? Because obviously MMA training brings a lot of inflammation. Okay, that's one thing. That's one thing that guarantees with MMA training is a constant grind of things, right? The constant grind could absolutely cause a lot of inflammation, right? Now, they say that it helps with that portion of things, right? Now, how true is that? How true is it that it has all of that going on? But yeah, he says the goat shed in Miami. What is that? What is the goat shed in Miami? Is that a dispensary of some sort? Yeah, let me know what that is. Oh, okay, that's the name of her. Okay, okay, got it, got it. Okay, thank you for the clarification of that one. Okay, It's a very interesting gym name. The Goat Shed Gym in Stan DeVigo says she went to the hood school in the US according to DC. Yeah, DC was also the guy that mentioned how Dustin Poirier went to a 98% black school. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Back at it. Sorry with the long pauses. This is a very long event. So We're going to go a while, and yeah, we're going to have a few of some pauses here and there, but nonetheless, here we are, right? Previewing the main card right now. Great prelims, by the way. Very awesome prelims that we had going on. Very early on, Jeremiah Wells gets submission over Mytek Orbai. I mean, Mytek was winning that whole entire fight until the third round. That was all she wrote afterwards. Right there, man. Neil Magny gets a TKO, punches from the top position, second round. 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the fight. Very good fight. Good scrambles, by the way, up until the end. Lucas Fernando taking on Rafael Tobias. Gets knee to the body, just out of nowhere. Lifts up that knee, boom, strikes it on the body. He feels it with a delayed reaction, finishes him in the third round, 1 minute and 10 seconds into it. Trayshawn Gore, man, I think this was an upset right here. Or maybe I just, knew that Vicente Luque was on his way down. But yeah, Trayshawn Gore gets a decision in this one, right? No finishes in this one, surprisingly, right? Considering Vicente Luque is in a lot of violent fights, man. Speaking of violent fights, how about this violent knockout? Straight TKO left punch follow-up by Donte Johnson. Going in here, he was undefeated. I knew there was something special about this guy. He proved it. First round knockout. Charles Johnson gets a Scottish twister in the third round against Eduardo Champlin. And then Chidi Njokuani right now against Joe Alvarez. We just saw that right now. That was a decision by Njokuani using very good front kicks to keep Joel Alvarez at bay. And what many believe seemed to kind of follow a bit of a sparring round type of pace to it, right? Like there's a bit of a sparring feeling to it rather than two guys actually going for it. But nonetheless, right now we got Esteban Ripovich taking on Edson Barboza. These two guys are definitely going to go after it. So stay. All right, y'all. So here we are. First fight of the main card right now. And man, I gotta ask you, man, what do you guys think about this, man? What do you think about Edson Barboza still doing the dang thing even after what? How many years now? How many years has he been in the game now, man? I don't know, dude. Like he's been in the game for quite some time, man. And one of the first times I remember seeing him was at a UFC prelims, right? It was one of those pay-per-view prelims. And I was like thinking, wow, here's this guy like leg kicking the heck out of people, right? And I'm like thinking to myself, this guy's going to be a phenom. This guy's going to be a problem. And next thing you know, Terry Edom literally rearranged the head of Terry Edom after, he had that viral spinning heel kick. Okay, which by the way, till this day probably lives on as one of the UFC's biggest knockout highlights ever. Also, he had some memorable fights where he had lost, but sort of put Khabib over, right? If you remember, man, I remember Conor McGregor's nutritionist, my boy Eric Trilogy, told me, he's like, yeah, man, I'm betting on Edson Barboza in that fight. He betted on Edson Barboza against Khabib, right? That's how much a lot of people believed in his prowess, right? Especially as a striker, somebody that is a dangerous Muay Thai fighter, right? Really good leg kicks, right? Has stopped a lot of people with good leg kicks. But right now, this is a very unforgiving game. Okay. People get older and veterans of the game fade out. The younger guys come up, they get better than the veterans. That's just how every sport works, unless, of course, if you are an older phenom, right? Somebody like Randy Couture, somebody like Bernard Hopkins, a man that they had referenced earlier on, right? Yeah, there are older guys that have longevity, but not everybody is an exception to the rule. And I think we're going to see that in a full HD rude awakening of that understanding right now with Edson Barboza. I think that this guy is here to eat him up, just like Edson Barboza came here to eat up Terry Edom and make himself look good with that viral knockout. And then the same thing happened with Khabib on his way up. He beat the living heck out of Edson Barboza, made him feel useless and made him look useless, and put Khabib over as a potential number one contender, and then eventually as a world superstar Hall of Famer on top of it. So as I'm watching Edson Barboza walk out right now, it is a little bit weird and odd that Edson Barboza is walking out crying right now. This is very Conor McGregor like, okay? Not to say that Conor McGregor cried on his way out to fight Max Holloway, but the reason why I compare that to Conor McGregor is because Conor McGregor didn't exactly have the biggest smile in his face. He didn't exactly have the cocky smirk or the usual swag that he would come out with, right? So that is why many people online had various suspicions as to what was going on, or you just speculate what it is that they are observing in front of them, right? Somebody that is not confident or somebody that is sort of expressing their emotions in their own way. Now, the way Edson Barboza is expressing his emotions right now, he's thinking, man, I've been in this game for a very long time, a lot of ups and downs. Did I make enough money into this game? Because let's be honest about this, right? Edson Barboza is not exactly the smartest guy in the locker room, or at least I don't know, and again, that's speaking from an American-centric point of view of not understanding Portuguese. So therefore, I don't really have a lot of full confidence of his, let's say, intellectual prowess or know anything of, just judging by conversations, right? So I don't know what it is that he knows. I don't know what kind of degree or what type of knowledge or skill he has outside of fighting that can help him carry on in the next portion of his life, right? So with that, it does worry me, right? Because is he just going to be like these other fighters who come into the game and leave the game, face down, ass up, while putting over the newer guys? Okay, because there was a point where Edson Barboza was undefeated when he came into the UFC. I don't think a lot of people don't know that. He was like 13-0 coming into the UFC. And here he is a few fights later, totally rearranged in his, I think he's had some significant CTE. You could kind of notice. But look, I don't like it. What did Scandabigo have to say here? Scandabigo says, Barboza kicked Khabib everywhere, including clean in the head. Khabib is built differently. Yes. That's a very good point, right? While we're also in the topic and conversation of Edson Barboza's, past highlights that he's had. Yes, he's lost that fight. He did make a good account of himself. but he did lose to a decision against Khabib in that one. So yeah, man, very interesting that you had brought that up, man. But tonight, I think it's going to be Esteban's night. Let me know what you guys think. Obviously, he's here as the young prospect taking on the veteran. That's how this thing goes, guys. Okay, it's a converter belt of the food chain. A converter belt in a food chain is what the UFC is, and the best way to really put it. Okay, new predators emerge, and what was once a predator becomes a prey. That's the reality of this sport. So we shall see how Edson Barboza gets on with it. All right, here we go, guys. Round number one. Oh, wow, man. People are booing Herb Dean. I've never heard of a situation where the referee is the focal point of people's aggression and hatred, right? Which is the place where Herb Dean is at right now. Okay, there's some nice leg kicks by Edson Barboza right there to start off. Okay, there's some leg kicks of Rickovich's own right there. Throwing some leg kicks of his own, letting him know what's up. He's like, yeah, I'm here, I'm here. I can throw some leg kicks too. And then Edson Barboza reminding him, hey, I was the guy that was stopping people with leg kicks very early on. Yes, man, one of the fewer guys to really stop people with leg kicks before. Oh, wow. Okay, now Edson's getting rocked right there. As I told you guys, it's that chinny chin latter stages of their career that I was talking about right there. Oh, nice spinning heel kick by Edson Barboza. Who knows, man? Anything can happen in a fight at any split second. So not to put him down in any kind of way, but yeah, he is getting lured into these slugfests right now. First fight of the. All right, Rickovich switching stances. Ooh, nice straight right down the pipe of Edson Barboza. Edson's got to watch out for that one. Okay, body kick attempt by Edson Barboza. Ooh, nice body kick attempt. He actually connects. Yeah, a little bit. He connect. Ooh, he's getting caught with these shots right here as he's exchanging firepower with Esteban. Edson Barboza's caught up right now. Man, he's getting rocked a lot in this fight right now. Surprisingly, still in it. Yeah, Barboza's right eye is busted up right now. Yeah, Edson is fighting on survival. Ooh, nice. Two minutes left into the first. All right, having a bit of some issues with my connection here, at least with my Paramount side. All right, man. Yeah, Edson Barboza is bleeding a lot right now, man. Bleeding profusely as we speak. Man, they're ooh, okay, some blood on the shins, probably from all the kicks. Yeah, man. Edson Barboza is very limited. Starting off the second round right there, Ripovich rips one off him straight away. Oh, good shots right here by Esteban. This dude is. Oh, wow. Oh, stanky leg. He's on. Man, he's got on weak legs. Herb Dean actually stops it this time. Can you believe it, man? Herb Dean actually stops it. So Esteban has now finally finished Edson Barboza in the second round. Great finish on his part, man. Look, the volume, the constant power shots that he was throwing at him, it was just way too much for him to handle at some point, man. At some point, he was going to succumb to it, and here we are, man. Here we are. Here we are. At exactly 4 hours into the live stream, he gets. What did I tell you guys, though? I told you that it was going to end this way. All right? Like, this is the reason why he was crying. Like, he knew, ooh, there's that straight shot by Esteban. Yeah, good elbow right on the nose. Victory says, yeah, good stoppage. It is. You see, I think Herb Dean is getting rubbed on by the fans, right? Like now you look, man. I don't know. I think Herb Dean is desensitized to violence. I want you to think about how many fights Herb Dean is involved in. Okay, like we're talking about like thousands and thousands of matches. Okay, the dude is, and then on top of that, you have to understand he also fought in the early 2000s, Herb Dean. All right. So the guy is absolutely desensitized to violence. But yes, it was a good stoppage by Herb Dean after getting booed all night. I mean, what referee gets booed by the fans? Think about that, right? It's highly unusual for somebody to be a referee and get booed. Like, you're a referee, you rarely exist in a fight. I mean, you exist in the fight, but in reality, you kind of don't. And that's kind of the point of the job is, to become as non-existent as possible. And I think I think Herb Dean has made himself of a star way too many times in the fights. All right, way too many times he was a star. Way too many times he was involved in ways that was controversial. Victory says Barboza couldn't even find his spot to throw. Correct. Scandinavigo says Barboza had him. Herb robbed Barboza. You trolling, bro. You know what I'm talking about? He robbed Barboza. Robbed Barboza of what? Getting extra brain cells beaten out of him? I mean, think about what you're saying, man. But nonetheless, man, second round TKO by Esteban. El Gringo. His name is El Gringo. Hey guys, I'm El Gringo. That's his name, El Gringo. El Gringo. Scandabigo says, no, I'm not. So you're saying that Edson Barboza had more to fight for? Is that what you're saying? What you saying to me, lad? What you saying to me? He said, yeah, it's an honor. Imagine, bro, um in the prelude to this fight, I alluded to all of this. And luckily, I did have all of it timestamped. See, that's the thing, guys. I'm so organized that I timestamp while the live stream is going on. And there's times where I don't timestamp at all, but for all the pay-per-view fights, for sure, I timestamp every time. So, you'll always get gems in the timestamps that I have going on these live streams. Esteban says he doesn't believe that was his best fight. Bro, you capping. Homeboy capping. What do you, I mean, he's capping in a very humble way. Like, oh, well, I didn't do good and I should have done better. And all right, Edson Barboza is hanging up the gloves right here. Emotional because he knew he was going in here for a loss, but that's the UFC in a nutshell. There's no easy fights here. There's no easy fights, but you will get credit for stepping in there, and that's exactly what he did. He stepped in there against a young, savvy veteran like Esteban. At some point, Edson Barboza was the Esteban of the division. Okay? He was the Esteban of the division, and eventually he became the prey. Okay, he was a predator, undefeated, lightweight on his way up, but eventually he became the prey, and that's just how it goes, guys. Okay, this is why you got to go out the way that Khabib does, 29-0, unscathed, undefeated, undisputed. Same with Mayweather. Same with Joe Calzaghe. Same with Floyd Mayweather. Right now, obviously, his business decisions or lack of, led him to the path that we currently see him at. Right, that's one thing. But he left the game unscathed in terms of his boxing record. All the financial stuff we can argue and speculate and call it as the telltale sign of what happens when you're not humble with your wealth. Right. That's Floyd Mayweather in a nutshell. But please understand that he left unscathed. And ultimately, regardless of your financial decisions or the type of wealth you accumulated or lack of in the end, ultimately, you want to be able to leave the game intact, at least legacy wise. All the other money stuff in the business that you make out of it, you got to figure it out. Hey, some guys figure it out. Andre Ward, another one that left the game intact, undefeated. How did he manage after the fact? Well, he dedicated his whole life into boxing, let's be honest. Not really the biggest personality in the world. Not saying that he's a boring guy or anything, but he's not exactly an entertainer. Andre Ward is not exactly a rapper, and for you to expect him to carry himself with that kind of swag is almost impossible when he spent the majority of his life trying to perfect the craft. So what does he do in the process? He goes and works for ESPN as an analyst, and that was his retirement plan. Okay? Conor McGregor had a retirement plan, and that was with Proper 12, but he effed it up because now they want nothing to do with him because of these grape allegations that he had going on, which caused him his financial endeavors in some kind of way. So then he had to come back and fight, and yeah. So that's what it is, guys. You got to leave this game intact. If you don't, this is how it ends for everybody. Edson Barboza, I mean, look, he didn't have a humiliating career, but tonight it was a humiliating ending. Scandabigo says Barboza was making him tired. Only I and Dominic Cruz can see the details. Oh, yeah, you're doing a bid, bud. I know that bid that Dominic Cruz pulled off during the Khabib Conor fight in UFC 229. Oh, yeah, he's making him tired, guys. No, you know what it is? I think during that time, Dominic Cruz was overwhelmed by the momentum and the energy of the fight, right? Because of the magnitude of the fight, he was expecting something more out of Conor McGregor. So he's thinking to himself, you know what, the way that this fight is built up, I'm expecting the most explosive, most athletic version of Conor McGregor to come out at some point while he is playing possum. Or, you know how it is in jiu-jitsu. You let the guy move so that you can counter. Same thing in boxing if you're a counter puncher type of fighter, right? You know, you're waiting for that. That's what's going on. Yeah. But that's not the case. Conor was actually getting beat up, and the interpretation of Dominic Cruz was just, you know, the classic case of bias, inheritance, and being a hostage of the moment. Because you were really expecting, think about the hype of that fight, right? We all know what Conor is at this point, and we all know what Khabib is and how it ended for his career in a very successful and dominating fashion, okay? But we're talking about that particular moment. Remember, it was Conor McGregor coming off of his Eddie Alvarez win, coming off of his Mayweather boxing match, which you don't have to count as anything other than his boxing record, but not really indicative of him as an MMA fighter, but nonetheless, a linear champion at the time. Okay, so the magnitude of that fight, and then Khabib was always the number one contender, even going back to the days of Anthony Pettis being the 155 champion. So there was a lot going on during that time. So the magnitude, the feeling, the hype, the energy of the fight, I think is what ultimately influenced Dominic Cruz to mention exactly what it is that he mentioned, saying, oh, Conor's just playing possum. Yeah, you think that because you're expecting more. Right? Let me know if that makes sense on the chat below. Because I know a lot of people are giving Dominic Cruz shtick for that comment, and rightfully so, but I'm also explaining to you what was his thought process behind those, behind that particular analysis. Okay. Now, going on from Dominic Cruz, Victory says, you see how bad Broner is doing. Yes, it's very bad, man. Very, very bad. Victory says he got hospitalized 2 days from drinking too much. He's drinking and taking Xanax. It's really bad. Scandabigo says Broner should take psychedelics, try to stop alcoholism. Okay. Victory says he's got to do something, man. It's sad to see, honestly. Is this in reference to Broner? Sure. Well, look, don't feel too bad for Broner, right? Because what Broner has going on is that he actually monetized his stupidity. Once again, Andre Ward monetized his knowledge for boxing, so they gave him a pretty good, cozy job as as a desk analyst, right? As almost like a Max Kellerman type of figure, right? And what many people don't know, Max Kellerman probably gets paid more than most fighters for sure. Max Kellerman got paid way more for his endeavors in boxing than, let's say, Andre Ward, who is actually in the ring fighting championships and winning belts. Okay. Now it is Andre Ward who is in that position, right? He used his knowledge. Well, in Adrien Broner's case, there is knowledge that you can learn from him, obviously, but what he obtained out of his mistakes and his stupidity was to create more stupidity and get this, make 500K a month off of his kick streaming. All right? So that's what it is. That's what it is, man. So yeah, it is sad, but at the same time, there was light at the end of that dark tunnel. Victory says he got hospitalized and got even more wasted the next 2 days. And it's going to continue to perpetuate and also hyper encouraged by his streaming career. Because, like I said, some guys monetize their intelligence and then some guys monetize their stupidity. Blueface, okay, the rapper, an interesting thing about Blueface is that he monetizes both, right? Like he knows how to monetize his intelligence, knowing that he's a marketable rapper, but he also knows how to market his stupidity because he's all aware of it. He's all aware of his intelligent decisions, but also aware of all his crash outs, and not only his crash outs, also very hyper aware of the stupidity that monetizes him, like all this situation that he has going on with Krishan Rock. I mean, yeah. But interestingly enough, actually, Krishan Rock could be facing some murder charges from what I heard. From what I heard, she had one of her baby fathers killed in a hitman situation. Yeah, very dark stuff. But I didn't know. But again, this is all alleged. This is all as they say. But yeah, you didn't think Krishan Rock was capable of that. But being around Blueface, maybe it turned her out, or maybe it's her that is probably a lot more hardcore and demon-like more than Blueface is. Because, looking at him, he's got a very calm temperament manner about him, which is very different than, let's say, the more animated side of Crip Mac. But he says, of course, it's in reference to Broner. That's what we're talking about. Okay, yeah, no. It's just that we jump around so many subjects that I'm just trying to keep up with what the context of your comment was at the time that you said it, right? To kind of give it proximity. Scandibigo says, Blueface intelligent. What? Yes. He is. He's. Here's the thing, right? Obviously, if you don't follow his career enough, it can easily be misconstrued as, what, this guy is a complete idiot. You know what I mean? He's a complete idiot. A complete idiot. This is just what you see. This is just what you kind of notice when it comes to his shorts, his clips that you see, right? But what about the long form, right? What about the things that he talks about on a podcast, right? Once you get in depth with that, you start realizing, like, okay, you know what? There's awareness to what he does. Like when you look at Crip Mac, there's not a lot of awareness to what he does. There's not a lot of depth to it. He's just, a gang member that has somewhat of an entertaining personality because he sounds funny inherently, kind of like a Chris Rock type of thing, right? Like Chris Rock doesn't have to be the most wittiest comedian there is, right? Like, I don't think he has deep punchlines the way that, let's say, Dave Chappelle has, right? Dave Chappelle, can cut through punchlines and also give political analysis on top of, giving you, a joke or a bit around it. But with Chris Rock, he probably doesn't have to do much of that because, he does have a funny voice inherently, right? So he's just naturally funny to laugh at or laugh with, or a combination of both. But yeah, that's what Crip Mac is in a nutshell. So yeah, he says, how many more fights till Islam versus Ian? Three more fights, he says, then Islam. Okay, yes. So what fight are we on right now? So
Oh, yeah. John spoke a little bit about them training together. He said he knows Mansoor, and they've trained together some. He said he didn't know him great. I asked him, I said, Mansoor was undefeated. I said he has won so many fights in the UFC. There's the confidence that comes in.
okay,
How do you expect him to come back from that loss? And he goes, I know him enough to know that he will
okay,
still
the
be able to
downfall of Adrien Broner. That's what I'm gonna cut that clip into. Yeah, man. Time stamping some clips up in here right now. So all right.
exactly what the procedure was, but he said he had all these cumulative nose breaks, and it was not only impacting his immune system, but his sleep as well. Now, he says it seems to have worked. So,
Okay, so 4 hours and 20 minutes into this. So the 4:20 mark of this live stream, we are on to fight number 9. Fight number 9.
Here's the hyphen Mansoor Abdul Malik, and you heard a little bit about what Eric Nixon said about his perfectionism, right? It's sort of an interesting juxtaposition, the human being and the violently intentioned fighter.
All right, Mansoor Abdul Malik. He says, how can Crip Mac have any respect on the streets after being KO'd by Deen's little corny ass victory says? Okay, so that's a very good question. That is actually, believe it or not, Marty, that's actually a very intelligent question for the premise of asking a question about a non-intellectual person. Okay? Very good question. So I'm going to read that question again and then answer it. Okay, I'm actually going to timestamp that, right? Um, okay, Crip Mac. Okay, so I'm going to read that again. All right, just to kind of give you guys a context. Okay, is he a real one after getting spanked by Deen? Okay, and the answer to that is yes, he's still a real one. Okay, I need you to understand that if you're a gang member, you're not expected to be Cain Velasquez. You're not expected to be John Jones. You're not expected to be Conor McGregor. You're not expected to be a world-class fighter. What you are expected to do as a gang member, though, is if somebody challenges you to a fight or challenges you to any type of violent confrontation, you're not allowed to refuse. Your refusal makes your position weak in the streets. Which the term, many people call as marks, right? When you hear the term mark, it means that that person was publicly humiliated, stripped, um, violated in the streets, and usually in a way where they respond to absolutely nothing. Not so much of a person. So here's the thing, right? In the gang world, you are highly respected for putting in the action and not necessarily the win. I mean, think about it like this, Marty, right? I need you to think about this. Why is 50 Cent famous? You want to know why? Okay, he talks about guns, shooting people. Okay, so does every other rapper, but here's the thing. He was actually shot. I mean, don't you think that's kind of a loss? Right? You getting shot, that's like you being Ronda Rousey getting clipped by Holly Holmes with a head kick. I mean, is that supposed to be a proud moment for you? Well, guess what? In the gangster world, it is. It is. That is a proud moment in the gangster world because you actually were in the action. Okay, and very similar to those that have been wounded in battle, in combat services, you obviously earned the purple, medal award, right? As a direct result of you taking hit in combat and actually getting pierced by a bullet and surviving. So you even get praise for that. So to answer your question, right, it is all about the action through that valor that you express rather than you looking bad for backing down. What would have been worse is if Deen the Great threw the gloves in his face and he refused Deen the Great. Okay, that would have been the worst. But him getting knocked out by Deen the Great, let's think about this. Deen the Great trains to be a boxer. Crip Mac is not an athletic guy. He's not a goon in any kind of way. I'm going to be honest with you. If it came down to it, I don't even know if I would bring, let's say in a hypothetical scenario where we get invaded by China or something like that, right? And we have to fight their forces as an insurgency as Americans, right? Which, by the way, you have the right to do if a foreign occupying force comes into America, right? I'm not suggesting anything illegal here. But understand this, I would not bring Crip Mac as one of my squad members to be in that gunfight. Okay. I give him some kind of combat role? Let's say if I was a squad leader of that group, sure, I would give him some kind of combat role. But certainly nothing to do with close quarter combat. Nothing to do with long range firing or suppressive fire or any of these sophisticated military techniques in any kind of way. Yeah, I would probably assign him to guard, let's say, a stash of weapons somewhere. That's what type of role I would give Crip Mac in those dire, extreme situations. So there you have it, guys. I hope that answers your question about Crip Mac and whether Crip Mac is really a gangster or not. And as a result of that, here we are, guys. Mansour, Abdul Malik, and Stoltzov in the first round already getting it cracking. So there you have it, y'all. Okay. Let me read some of these comments just to see if I can get some feedback off of that particular comment right here. Let me see here. Let me see here. I'm watching the fights right now while trying to, get to the comments at the same time. So forgive me for the slow speed of my actions right now. So okay. All right. So going back, yeah, obviously that was the question by Victory. A very good question that I wanted to emphasize on, right? How can Crip Mac have any respect on the streets after beefing KO'd by Deen's little corny ass? So Scandabigo says the answer is he can still pull a trigger. There you go. So that's another very important point that Scandabigo made right there. Yes, listen, I don't know if you guys know this, right? Like, it's not a requirement for a gang member. I know you're probably thinking, like, okay, well, what about, okay, but obviously, put it like this, guys. Most guys, this is their trajectory, right? And real ones are going to know the language that I'm using, right? Most guys jump off the porch and then go to the military. Okay? I went to the military, got out of the military, then jumped off the porch. You understand? Real ones understand the language that I'm talking about right there, right? So it's not a requirement for you to be an MMA fighter or skilled at fighting or skilled at combat. None of this is a requirement to be a gang member. What requires is that you are willing to partake in action that is an asset to the gang in some kind of way, right? And I think that goes from all organizations, all organizations in the streets, if you know what I mean. Victory says, yeah, but surviving getting shot 9 times proves you're tough and resilient. Getting knocked out by Deen means you're not a threat. There you go. Okay, very interesting point right there. You brought up a very good point right there, Victory. That is a very good point. Let me read that again. Yeah, but surviving getting shot 9 times proves you're tough and resilient. That is true, right? That is what we know of Pac and 50 Cent to be for sure, right? You know, some of the toughest and most resilient people in rap music for sure. No wonder they walked away with 9 shots, 5 shots, whatever number it was for Tupac and 50 Cent. But he says getting knocked out by Deen means you're not a threat. But you also have to understand Deen is more of a trained guy than Crip Mac. So a trained guy versus a not trained guy who just wings punches. You know, I think I know who I like my chances with. Um, he says, yeah, unless you have a gun, I guess. But yeah, actually doing it is obviously better than backing out. There you go. Yes, yes. That is what the majority mindset of most gang members are when they are looking at that, right? No gang member expects you to be a world-class fighter. Now, does it help? Yes. You know, obviously, some known gang members in the UFC. One being Brian Ortega, right? Brian Ortega is is a Sureño. Very open about it, by the way, in several interviews. So I'm not saying anything that is in the lines of snitching or revealing information that's not out there. Brian Ortega has mentioned it's Daniel Rodriguez, who recently just fought, got knocked out by Mecic. God bless him, right? It was a very bad camp coming from, the Mexico prison situation and getting knocked out. But yeah, he's a Sureño himself. So these guys are, yeah, they would be an asset to their group of guys, right, with the special skills that they have. But please understand that guys like Brian Ortega, guys like Daniel Rodriguez, guys like me, that's a rarity, right? Those guys just have, a unique life experience that allowed them to be in those two places at once. Whereas the majority of the people in the world, when you really step outside of that gangster world of Stockton, of Northern California, of LA, Fresno, and all this Cali stuff, when you step out of that world, you realize that not everybody around the world is living like that. And it's just, it just happens to be a rare exception of people that, get caught up in this life for whatever reason, right? Some people, absolutely detest it while being a part of it, and then later on denouncing it or still using it in some kind of way or using it to a certain capacity of, let's say, manpower or protection or security, right? That's one aspect of it. But the other aspect is that, it's a very rare occurrence in life, and yeah, and but it's also not unusual for people to be a part of it as well, right? I think that it's often, there's a lot of stigma behind it. Here's the truth about gangs, right? As, by the way, we're also still covering this particular fight right now. Here's the truth about gangs, right? When you go to a hood party, and for those of you that are from California, you know what a hood party is, right? You know what that's about. You know what goes on in in those situations, right? When it comes to hood parties. So this is what I got to say to that, right? There's maybe about what? How many people that show up to these things? I would say about a good 60 to 100 people that show up. People of like different generations, people that used to gang bang from the 80s and 90s, and then the newer generation of guys that are around, right? So there's about, 60 to 100 guys that show up in the hood day. How many of those 60 to 100 guys are actual real shooters? Did you guys ever think about that? I can, well, I can give you, I'm not giving any real estimates here because I'm not out there investigating these guys or gathering intel on them. I can give a damn, and you know how it is, hear no evil, see no evil type of thing in this world. You heard? So, with that in mind, it's kind of like, yeah, how many of them are actually realistically really shooters? Estimate, not a real number, right? And not revealing towards anyone who is out there really doing anything. But realistically, there's probably only two guys that are really doing all the dumping in the hood. Two guys. Okay, two guys. And here's another thing that you guys need to understand about people that, go out and unalive people, right? There's a certain stench to them. There is. When you unalive someone, there is a certain stench that comes out of your body odor, right? Primarily maybe because of a certain sweat that you're developing, because of the nervousness, knowing that you did something that you might get caught in, or the reprisals that might come your way, whether that would be an arrest or whether that would be a potential reprisal from a rival, right? You just know that there's a certain level of stress that now your body has inhibited because you have now created this particular mess or this particular action that ultimately is going to have consequences, or by the very least, trying to get yourself out of these consequences in planning, strategizing, and everything that you can to evade whoever and whatever, right? So there is a certain stench that you get, right? And oftentimes, unfortunately, there is this stigma of people when they meet certain hood people. They're like, dude, I don't know why he stinks or this and that. Well, I mean, the answer to that is obviously, poverty can sometimes prevent you from buying, the right amount of soap. Okay, that's one thing. And then the other thing is that maybe this guy is an actual, straight up Killer. And just like that, speaking of killer Killer, here we are with the submission win. Wow, man, Stoltz with the submission win on that one. Wow, with the submission win. So let's see, what was the time frame on that one? 273 minutes. That is 4 hours and 33 minutes. So yeah. So yeah, guys, for those of you that don't know, there's a certain stench that you can smell out of a person when they just unalive someone. I don't know if you guys knew that, but that is a scientific fact if you guys did not know. So, yeah.
And here now we get your view from the broadcast booth, brought to you by Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of.
So, speaking of which, right? So as I was saying, wait, let me read some of these messages right here. Okay. Scandabigo says, "Oh, Phenom Grave, don't test my gangster. You heard." Someone with a Russian name says, "Hi, hello." Ali Khan says, "Deen the Great." Yeah. What about Deen the Great? Ali Khan. I think this was an upset right here by Dustin Soltov. Yeah, dude, that was a great fight, man. That was a great fight. It was a great fight while I was telling you guys about people who smell bad after they unalive someone. People are like wondering, how do you know that? Well, I mean, there's put it like this, right? There's plausible reasons for me to know these things. Obviously, knowing the background that I've had overall in my life. You know what I mean? And that's not just tied specifically to the streets, obviously, right? Because that's not the only place you would see a body. But yeah, not to digress. All right, so Dustin Soltov with a submission win. Yeah, this is an upset right here, right? That's when you know it's a great fight, when you got an upset like this going on. And great on Dustin Soltov. That could have gone either way. I was really having high hopes for a Monster Abdul Malik on this one, but shout out to Dustin, man. He came through with this one.
It's so nice to be here with you as well. Congratulations, Dustin, on arguably the biggest win of your career and a win in a fight where you came in this fight an underdog. We hadn't seen.
He says, no, Herb Dean. Still listening to the Dustin Soltov post-fight interview.
Congratulations, and I can't wait.
All right, guys. We'll continue on with the live stream. We'll be back. Yeah, we're still here. Yeah, drop some comments, guys. Get the comments going. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. There it is. All right, so they got Sean Brady taking on Bon Femme. Oh, Apex. Okay, November 7th. All right. A little further away of planning they got there. All right, so they're showing the promo for Joshua Van and Pantoja. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked for that fight, right? I like that it's in LA. Obviously, the headliner of it also Armin Sarukian and and Rufi, right? An Armenian, strong Armenian presence there. Also a strong Asian presence, right? Which is great for Joshua Van's fan base. You know, all the Asians in Long Beach are going to pull up for that one. All the Asians in LA County, Orange County, all of that. They're all going to show up for all of that. So that's going to be a really interesting matchup for sure. Um, Uh, Victory says, "I hope Pantoja gets his belt back." What's the uh, what's the emotional investment behind Pantoja? Is it the story that he had going on, or do you believe that he's rightfully the best fly? All right, next up is Jalen Turner. Can't wait for that. Victory says, "Young, cocky kid. I don't like that." Okay, I think Van is a punk. Yeah, 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 yeah. He does have a bit of that young boy, YN swag to him. I see what you mean. Victory says, "You can be confident without being a cocky douche." Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's a very young mentality, right? Which, by the way, sort of what the UFC is looking for, right? That's how they're going to attract their new fan base and that new age of people. All right, guys, I'll be back for the next fight. Just uh, Sam with Tommy McMillan. Oh, same with Tommy McMillan. Yeah, dude. See what I mean? This is the kind of guys that they like to market as guys like that. Hold on, I'll be right back. He says, typical island boy. Who? Which one is that? Scandibigo. All right, man. On to. All right, here we go. Fernandes versus Jalen Turner. We get it cracking right here. Let's go, man. All right, good front kick. Ooh, spinning back fist by Fernandes, and then he pays for it. Oh, wow. Jalen Turner with the finish. Wow. Jalen Turner with the finish. Turner with the finish. Wow, man. What a great finish by Jalen Turner. Great finish by Jalen Turner very early on. Fernandes made that mistake very early on, and he capitalized straight away. Straight away, he capitalized off of that mistake. The whole crowd yelling USA. Wow, man. Yeah, just like that. It was that easy. That was awesome. I know, man. You know, one of those first rounders, right? Those easy first rounders.
What a win for the California Jalen Turner. USA chance here in Philly.
Wow, man. Everybody yelling USA, USA. Wow, man. Yeah, great finish by Jalen Turner. And you know what that means? Very early finish like that. You know what that means? You're going to be waiting a lot longer till the next fight. Oh, boy. Here we go. Yeah, on to the next fight we go. So, anybody have anything interesting to talk about before the next fight happens, or what? Oh, wow, man. It is the co-main event coming up right now, actually. Can you believe it? Right? Last year, pay-per-view, by this time, the first fight in the pay-per-view hasn't happened yet. They usually wait like around 7:30 to get the first fight cracking. And then next thing you know, this year, 7:30, that's already the co-main event time. Given that, let's say you have a situation where, you get an early finish like this, yeah.
To boxing's most electrifying stars collide shortly. Ryan Garcia brings his speed and devastating left hook against the relentless pressure and punishing power game of Conor Benn. Two explosive styles. One massive showdown. Garcia versus Benn, September 12th at T-Mobile Arena. Only yours on Paramount Plus. Let's make this one official. Only weekend here in Brisbane. Ladies and gentlemen, referee Jason Herzog has called a stop to this contest at 39 seconds of the very first round.
Wow, 39 seconds of the first round. Victory says, this is the second time Zane ditched you. Yeah, well, more than that. More than that. Wouldn't you say, yeah, more than that. More than that. Yeah. Yeah, very disappointed, man. Because, look, let me tell you what the premise was of me bringing Zane on, right? As you know, Eddie Hearn is managing Ian Garry, right? I told Zane, I said, Zane, you know what, mate? You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do this with a British accent. Obviously, I don't speak to him in a British accent, but for just entertainment's sake, let's just do it for the entertainment sake, right? I'm just going to pretend that that I'm also a British Arab, like Zane. You know what I mean? So it's two British Arab guys talking to each other, not an Arab American and a British Arab, right? Two British Arab guys talking to each other. Okay. So Zane, listen. You know what, Zane? You know what you are? You're very similar to that of Eddie Hahn, if you think about it, lad. Okay, because you know what? Eddie Hahn is a boxing guy. You're a boxing guy. You get into MMA streams, and people absolutely go tits wild for you in my MMA streams, lad. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, bruv? They absolutely go wild for you, yeah? They're like, oh my god, what is this boxing guy? He knows nothing about MMA. And that's what you are, lad. You are the Eddie Hahn of MMA boxing streamer. Really, that's what you are. What do you guys think? He says this is the second. Oh, okay, yeah, you already read that part. But yeah, there it is, guys. There it is. So, that's kind of how I marketed this, right? Yeah, he's like the Eddie Hearn of MMA streaming. There's Diego Lopez right there. And there's Joe Pfeiffer, the guy who's not allowed to be homeless because he has white privilege. There it is, man. Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we are heading into the co-main event of the evening. Now, the co-main event of the evening. Fighting out of the blue corner. All right. There we go, guys. Yeah, Zay, not cool, man. Not cool. Just letting you know, brother. Not cool, bro. I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it at all. And you know what? It's not to say this to slag you off in any kind of way, Zane. It's just that, homies was expecting you to be here. Blood, you know how this goes, cuz. You know what I mean? You down with the set, nigga. You say you gotta show up with a hood day, nigga. Otherwise you get DP, nigga. All right, let me stop. All right. Oh yeah, that looks good. That FBI movie. When is that? September 4th. Okay, what is that with um Mark Wahlberg? Is it? Okay, it's Mark Wahlberg. Yeah, Pfeiffer reminds me of Strickland with his attitude. Except Pfeiffer, I think, kind of hides it a little bit, whereas Sean Strickland is kind of very out in the open about his about who he is, his views, and makes no apologies about it. But yeah, nonetheless, boom. All right, guys, we're on the road to 1,000 views on this one. So that's gonna be another successful stream. 1,000 views. You know what I mean? Not bad. But we got the commercials going on right now, and yeah. I wonder if Zane is live. Watch him be live on his channel. What if that's the case? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna ditch you and then just go be live on my channel. Either that, or he's really, you guys have to understand, right? There's very few MMA gurus in the world of the UK's. Yeah, you know what I mean? There's very few, very, very few. Because think of it like this, right? When it's prime time in America, okay, they have to deal with being up late. Okay, you got to deal with being up late, so it's not, MMA is not ideal for them. So that's what. Yeah, Mobzar, Evloev, and Volkanovski. I can't wait for that one, man. Oh, and they got Peter Yan and Murad too. All right. So 135 and 145 in the same. Oh, that's going to be in Abu Dhabi. Sick. Okay. Yeah, Abu Dhabi. Oh, it's a 2 p.m., 11 a.m. Pacific time. When is that? October 24th. Oh, okay. October 24th. Okay. Hmm. All right. Arnold Allen versus Aaron Pico. Ooh, that's a good fight, man. Arnold Allen versus Aaron Pico. I like it. What else? All right, let's go, guys. We're heading into the co-main event of the evening right now. So here we go, man. Co-main event. Jillian Roberts walking out to 50 Cent, PIMP. Okay, very interesting choice of music there. Yeah, no lie, guys. I really dig the new time slot that they did for the UFC. I really dig it. Really, really dig it. I can't say enough great things about it. Also, considering the fact that um, right now it is co-main event and it's only 7:40, right? Like by this time, it's only like two fights into the main card, right? And it's still sunlight out in the West Coast right now. I mean, you can't beat that. Sunlight out in the West Coast. Okay. Co-main event starting around 7:30 time-ish slot. And main event is literally at 8, so it's great, man. It's great. It's great. I like the time placement that they have. Very brilliant time placement, I might add. So I'm with it. I'm with it. I like it. I like what it's about. So yeah. All right, Mackenzie Dern looking to hug somebody in the crowd right now, from what it seems. All right, it is Mackenzie Dern ready to walk into the cage right now. All right, Keith Peterson as the referee of this one. Of the world! Fighting! All right, really excited to see how this fight goes, man. Wait, contender in the world. Jillian the Savage Robertson. Let's go. Fighting out of Huntington Beach, California. That's what I'm talking about. Of the world. All right, Mackenzie Dern has been announced. Everybody has been announced. All right, they touch gloves. Ready to go at it. Oh, man. Some buzz going around the building right now. All right, round one. Here we go, guys. Oh, wow. Jillian tried to secure the takedown. Very good defense on the part of Mackenzie Dern. Very good takedown defense. Very good takedown defense. Now it is Jillian Roberts with the underhooks right on her. Now they break away. Mackenzie Dern circling around the octagon right now. Both throwing straight shots at each other right now as they are darting back and forth into the middle part. Ooh, shooting in for a single leg is Robertson. Gets stuffed once again. I think the takedown defense prowess of Mackenzie Dern is showing right now. Oh, good leg kick by Mackenzie Dern. All right, really professional effort on Mackenzie Dern right now. So far, what we learned, she can stuff her takedowns. Okay, she can match boxing with her, striking for striking. And let's see what type of grappling offense does Mackenzie Dern offer. But at this point right now, she's offering some good offense in terms of leg kicks. There's a good leg kick right there. The double jab right there by Mackenzie Dern, circling around, letting her know what's up. All right, good double jab by Mackenzie Dern here. Oh, wow. 1-2 shot by Mackenzie Dern. Gets a takedown. Very good level change by Mackenzie Dern. Now Mackenzie Dern's going ground and pound position right now, right on top, gets in a half guard position. All right, maintaining good half guard position right now. Joe Rogan said it's so beautiful to watch. What fight are you watching, Joe? Yeah, so Mackenzie Dern maintaining ground control position right now, half guard into it. All right, Mackenzie Dern doing a very good job in the top control position right now, maintaining this top control position as we speak. Looking to get the back. Oh, finally gets the back. The jiu-jitsu prowess of Mackenzie Dern showing right now as we speak. Obviously, one of her main backgrounds that she is known for, a world champion in this particular discipline, showing exactly what that caliber of championship is with these back controls that she's taken. Also, just not to mention, look at this. There's a rear naked choke. We could have a choke right here. Oh my goodness, there is a rear naked choke going on right now. Mackenzie Dern has it on tight, and she is not letting go. Oh, she's giving a thumbs up. All right, man, that was so close. That was so close. That was such a close submission right there. That literally was a close. Yes, it was a shutout on the part of Mackenzie Dern, but it was very close, man. That was a very close. Look at this. So from this position, she flattens her out, looking to get. All right, here we go, guys. Round number 2 in this championship fight. All right, now on top position once again by Mackenzie Dern, ground and pounding away in the top position. All right, so now maintaining this half guard position right now is Mackenzie Dern. What is she looking for here? Maybe an arm triangle choke. Uh, Still on the half guard position, trying to get to the side. Yeah, really impressive grappling positions is Mackenzie Dern taking into this fight right now. Really impressive, right? Gets her back again, threatens the back, looking for another rear naked choke, and there it is, back in that same position again. Jiu-Jitsu world champion prowess right here, right? That's what it'll get you. Right, all those hours on the gi, this is what it gets you right here. Oh, wow, she gets it. She actually gets it, and there was literally no hand fighting on the part of Jillian Roberts here. I honestly thought Jillian Roberts would put on, a better. Okay, now she's on top now. Okay, now it is in a dangerous position for Jillian Roberts, or at least Mackenzie Dern to be against Jillian Roberts right here. Very dangerous position for her to be in. Yeah, very good ground control position of Mackenzie Dern right now. Still maintaining top control position right now. What is this? Looks like there is a leg lock attempt right here on, is it the part of Jillian Roberts that's going for the leg lock, or is it Mackenzie Dern? A little bit of a confusing situation here. I'm sure people who are like real legitimate black belts can see who. Okay, so now it is Mackenzie Dern in a side control position right now. While I believe she has her leg stuck in somewhat of a half guard position from Jillian Roberts. So Joe Rogan says that she just has to go and separate those legs right there. It is 56 seconds into the second round right now as we speak. Yeah, real submission attempts on the part of Mackenzie Dern here, right? Just these constant submission threats that she's throwing at her is absolutely dictating this fight to her control. And we got about 17 seconds left into this round right now. All right, man. Another win for Mackenzie Dern, at least with this round. She hasn't won the fight yet, but so far, so good for Mackenzie Dern in terms of the rounds that she is putting on Jillian Roberts right now. I tell you what, man, I thought that what Mackenzie Dern is doing right now is what Jillian Roberts would have been doing to her in this fight. And obviously, that's not the case. It's the other way around. I think we really underestimated Mackenzie Dern's grappling prowess. Not only did we underestimate her grappling prowess, I think I overstated the distractions that she had going on, right? Very similar to Ilya Topora coming off of his divorce, going into the White House card, having to pay child support on top of that. I thought that this would affect her in some kind of way, but sometimes, depending on the competition that is in front of you, sometimes you can rise above it. That's also the other factor, right? We just, really realize that, Jillian Roberts is no competition for her in any capacity whatsoever, and is proving hands down exactly why that is. So, all right, here we are. Next round coming up. Round number 3 right now as we speak. We're going into round number 3. Victory says, let's get this over with, Dern. Do you anticipate a finish on this one? I reckon she's going to ride out the scorecard. Let's not forget, Jillian Roberts is still a very tough fighter. right? Very durable fighter. Look at these 1-2 shots that Mackenzie Dern is hitting her with. It's not exactly Francis Ngannou shots that's going to lay her out here, right? Though Mackenzie Dern is not exactly known for that in any kind of way. But what we're going to see out of Mackenzie Dern right now is just a rinse and repeat cycle, right? You see the takedowns, you see that she's comfortable with it. The minute Jillian Roberts make a mistake, she's going to change levels, shoot down, and take her to the ground again and ground control her until the end of every round, right? But so far, so good. Showing different wrinkles on her game. You see there's some good leg kicks that Mackenzie Dern is throwing right now. Victory says she could sub her. And she has proven several times over, right, in round number 1 and 2, that she can do that. There it is. There's the level change right there. And as for Jillian Roberts, she has yet to really show any wrestling dominance in this fight. There it is. She's getting backed up while she's throwing those uppercuts right there. Has Dern in a dominant Muay Thai plum dominant position. But it is Mackenzie Dern that is pushing her will against Jillian Roberts, indicative of pushing her against the fence right now. I just want it to be over with. You know what, man? Surprisingly enough, Marty, I'm actually quite entertained by this fight. Okay, I know that's a bit of a surprise to you, but I am appreciating the grappling exchange. Now, look, here's the thing, right? Is it the most exciting fight? No, it's not. But watching this, I could be like, okay, you know what? There's a few things I could go try out at the jiu-jitsu mat on Monday, like one of them type of things. You know what I mean? Like, not the most exciting fight, obviously, because we're here for Islam and Ian Garry. Bottom line, that's make no bones about it. They are the two stars of this fight, this entire fight card. That's what we came to see. But so far, so good in terms of a good co-main event. Um, but I understand your sentiments. You know, sometimes it is rather taxing just watching women's fights and rather laboring, right? You're almost like not entertained by it anymore. I am entertained by this. Well, at least I was earlier in the grappling exchanges. The striking, obviously, this is not WBC world level boxing that we're witnessing right now as they're throwing 1-2s at each other. There's a low kick right there by Mackenzie Dern. He says, yeah, you're right. I just don't like female fights. There it is. And sometimes some of them can be very good. Obviously, the Wei Li Zhang versus uh, Ioane and Jacek fight was really good with the way Joanna ended up looking like an alien after the fact, right? You know, probably took some real serious brain damage there, right? No wonder she's like accusing Jamal Hill of all sorts of things and probably forgot that, she was probably flirting back with her, but because she's Polish, she obviously doesn't want that stigma of her being with an American black man, right? And for those of you that understand Polish culture, you know what I'm talking about. You know that is a prevalent reality in their realm. But anyways, enough about Poland and all these ex-UFC fighters. The current right now is Mackenzie Dern, and she just proved she is a current by taking down Jillian Roberts once again with less than 60 seconds into the third round. 47, 46, 45. Mackenzie Dern on top, full ground, on full guard position right now, trying to posture up. Jillian Roberts trying to uh, control Mackenzie Dern on top position right now, while Mackenzie Dern is on top position. Yeah, so only a matter of time before we got Islam Makhachev and Ian Garry pulling up soon. All right, well, that is the end of round number 3. Mackenzie Dern has secured that one. On to round number 4. Champion. Victory says, I guess it's either watching this or more commercials until Islam and Garry walk. Yes. So there it is, man. I think you solved your own problem right there, right? It is, one of those situations where, hey, listen, we could be watching a very high level fight right now, at least high level for the standard of women's fighting, or we could watch a whole bunch of commercials and trailers of, yeah, just watch a whole bunch of trailers and, yeah, so, yeah. All right, sorry, y'all. A little bit of some connection issues right now. What's going on, man? I hate when this thing happens, man. What is going on here? Yeah, sorry, y'all. Having a little bit of some internet difficulties right now. Let me know what's going on in the fight right now. If you guys have any updates. Dang it, man. I hate when this happens. Oh well. We're back at it. All right, here we go. Mackenzie Dern, once again, fourth round, back, taking the back position again. How did we get to this position right here? We got in the first round already within like fourth round number four. She already took her down straight away. Like, look at this. So they start off on the feet, all of a sudden, boom, and then goes and takes her down straight away, huh? And then ever since then, it's just been on the ground. Okay, yeah, just been on the ground the whole time. Oh wow, okay, there's the multi-cam right there. All right, cool. Yeah, I get to see her corner too. I'm watching. Okay. Wow, yeah, this is the first time I'm watching on multi-cam. Oh no, okay, let's just get rid of the multi-cam. All right. So it is Robertson. It's Robertson that ended up on top of the end of the round, simply because I think she was looking for, I believe, a leg. All right, here we go. Round number 5, fifth and final round. And then all right, that's a good body kick right there. Okay, now with the body lock position, 427, 426, 420. When you said it doesn't seem like the same sequence, do you mean that it's actually like it doesn't seem like the same sequence? You mean that it's the same sequence all the time? Is that what? Oh, consequences. Got it. Yes, yes. No dire consequences, not in the way of, let's say, like a Francis Ngannou power or something like that. Yeah, I right, right. The consequences aren't high. Yes, that is correct. Yes. Like as if there's not a lot of danger involved. All right, so as we are headed into the last few minutes of the fifth round, it seems that Jillian Roberts is right on top right now. Let me see. Let me catch up to how this position got to where it was at right here. Let's see here. All right, so that's the end of the fight. I mean, yeah, 5 rounds. It went to a decision. I predicted that's exactly how it was going to go. Um, but a great ending, at least on the part of Robertson, but not enough to win. And obviously, that's going to be title defense on Dern. And on to the All right, so we're off to getting the decision right now. Yeah, man. So co-main event is over. We're heading into the main event of the evening, the highly anticipated matchup between Islam Makhachev and Ian Garry. Oh man, who's gonna win that one? We all know who's gonna win that one, or do we? Right? Will it be a tough matchup for Islam Makhachev? Obviously, a lot of people seem to think so. There's also a lot of people that don't seem to think Ian Garry has any chance whatsoever, right? But you never know until the fight actually happens, which is why we're here in the first place. So, yeah, man, there it is. Mackenzie Dern gets the nod. Gets the nod. Undisputed champion. Did it in 5 rounds, by the way. 5 rounds it took to do that. 5 rounds it took Mackenzie Dern to get this done. There were some good moments by Jillian Roberts, but by the end of the day, it just, was, yeah, just a much superior fighter. Not necessarily just the superior fighter, but definitely the more superior grappler, right? Just the scrambling exchanges, the constant submission attempt threats that was going on. All right, let's hear what this is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super happy at my first title win that I had. I got taken out a lot of times, so obviously I've been working my wrestling, so I can be well-rounded. I wanted to get the submission with Jillian, but she has good jiu-jitsu, so it's kind of hard to get the submission, but I think I got it pretty close. And
Right.
still the champion. Was the goal tonight to try to submit her or just secure the victory?
I think most submissions in that division.
But Well, you got close a couple times during the first couple rounds.
Yeah, these were the couple of times where the rear naked choke was close there. I reckon if Islam gets in those positions later on in the next fight, it's going to be over, right? Yeah, Ian Garry cannot afford to be down on the ground with him any longer, right? The longer you are on the ground with Islam, the faster he'll start figuring you out, right? That's just not a place where you want to go. Otherwise, it's a good night for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mackenzie Dern.
All right, good. Get off the octagon and let Ian Garry and Islam Makhachev get in there. Get out of the octagon. Me, bro. Hey, Zane, what's going on, bro? Hey, tap in, man. Tap in, bro. You gotta tap in. I sent you the link. Tap in on that link. Get in here, bro. Everybody is waiting for you. Actually, people have been asking about you all night, and I think we got some interesting conversations heading into the main event. Get in here, man. Come on. He says I couldn't join the stream with the link. Okay. Hit the link again, bro.
So good.
Hit the link again.
Everybody, dude. I mean, look at these people, man. They love him. If you are a UFC fan, I strongly suggest trying to attend a Patty Pimblett fight. If you can't do that, maybe go to a Justin Gaethje fight.
All right. There's Justin Gaethje with I believe a midget from Jackass, I think.
How about that?
Yeah, try again, bruv. All right, here we go. Full main event of the evening. All right, here we go, guys. Main event. It says you can't join the stream. What's up with that? Here.
Yes, my bro. Hang on. Can you hear me, bro? Yo, Garry. Yo, can anyone hear me in the chat? Let me know. Bro, I can't hear no one. Bro, I can't hear you, you know. I can't hear no one. Anyways, I'm just gonna watch the match right now. I need Islam Makhachev to win. Yo, Garry, I can't hear no one, man. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you now, bro. Can you hear me, G? Yeah, bro, I can hear you. Yeah. Hear me? Yo, bro, what's going on?
No streaming, long time, no content with you and me. But here we are, man, on the verge of the main event. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I feel excited, you know. I want Islam Makhachev to win. So, yeah. Garry is no joke, though, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely got a chance, you know, but we're backing our man, Islam Makhachev, all the way.
Yeah.
Something special. How you been, man? How you feel about this fight?
Man, you know what?
Yeah,
The closer the fight gets, I start thinking to myself, you know what? This is easy work for Islam Makhachev. But then I realized, you know what? Garry is somewhat good until I
yeah.
realized that MVP took him down a few times,
Okay.
right?
Yeah,
MVP,
yeah,
you know MVP, right? London
yeah.
Shoot
Michael
Fighters
Van Gate.
MVP. Bro, he's not a
Yeah,
wrestler at all, bro. You know how it is, man. You guys didn't grow up wrestling in the UK. You guys grew up, kicking a soccer ball around and and then throwing them hands. You know, it's what they do in the UK, right?
yeah,
But this dude took him down. He took down Garry, and this is sometimes very reminiscent of many European fighters who are both good strikers, and then one just doesn't want to deal with the other one striking, so he decides to take him down. And it was Michael Venom Page that took him down. So if Michael Venom Page could do that to him, what do you think Islam
yeah.
Makhachev will do? Especially a guy like that who trains with American Olympians and Russian Olympians in wrestling. What do you think he's going to do to Garry in that regard?
Kill him, bro. Easy work.
This is the perfect fight for you to come back into the MMA streaming side of things. You know why?
Yeah.
You know who Garry is managed by, right?
Easy managed, bro. Conor. Is it Conor
Eddie
McGregor?
Hearn. No,
No
he's
way.
managed by Eddie Hearn. Yeah, you didn't know
Okay.
that? Oh, wow. This is crazy. This is new news to you. You didn't know that he was managed by Eddie Hearn. Stop capping, really.
I thought he was. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah.
So this is why this is the perfect MMA streaming comeback for you. Think about it. You're a boxing guy, right? Who's
Yeah.
involved, who's now involved in MMA streaming, and people give you stick about, oh my God, he doesn't know about MMA. You know what I mean? He's a boxing guy.
Yeah.
Ugh. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'd be getting that, and obviously Eddie Hearn. You know why he's managing Ian Garry, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, he was
You know
telling me.
why?
Yeah.
Because he's trying to get at Dana White, because these two guys got beef, and these two guys, they're like, spiteful rich old white dudes. So they're like, they just do anything to like spite each other. Like, hey, you know what? Oh, you called me a wanker, you called me a bitch. All right, we'll see what happens when I sign Ian Garry. And not
Yeah.
only that, I'm going to sign the heavyweight champion of the world, Tom Aspinall. Yeah, see how you like them apples, Dana. You know what I mean? That's why he's doing it, bro. Because he's trying to like, wild up Dana White, because about their ongoing beef, right? You know about
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is his way of doing that. He's like, you know what? I'm going to position myself with Ian Garry, okay? Because he's like the next in the title challenge against Islam. He could win, and if he wins, I got a UFC champion in the matchroom roster, which is
Mm,
insane if you think about it, right? That's like video game fantasy stuff. Like when you
yeah.
create an event in the UFC and you call it Matchroom MMA or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, so a lot of boxing significance to this story, as you can see.
For real, man. Yeah, it's gonna be a good matchup, man. Hope Makhachev does it, man. Did you see the undercard fights? There was a few
I
upsets,
did,
weren't
I
there?
did, yes. What did you what were some of your favorite ones that you caught?
I saw the Abdul Nasir, was it? Abdul Mansour. Saw that fight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
That was a
dude, yeah,
upset.
dude, it was, bro. He was expected to win that one.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was expected to win that one. But
mad.
yeah, that's
Anything
MMA
happens
for
in
you,
UFC.
right?
That's MMA. Yeah, exactly.
And you know what? Dana's trying
That's
to
the
do
beauty
that to
of the sport.
boxing. Yes, yes, and Dana's
Mhm.
trying to bring that into boxing. Because you know how
Yeah,
boxing is, bro. People are very protective of their records, right? It's like, a
yeah.
common stereotype now in boxing that they could literally eliminate. They could literally eliminate the notion of that stereotype with the Zuffa era that they have going on. By the way, you as a boxing guy, what are your thoughts?
All my thoughts on what, bro?
Your thoughts on Zuffa boxing, and and what it's and how it's going to impact boxing in general, because obviously Dana's whole intent is, he
Yeah.
wants to bring like a hyper competitive, even for the prospects, right? They want like hyper competitive matchups for prospects. What do you think
Okay.
about that? Him bringing that type of culture into
I think it's quite good, because obviously, he's trying to build up the stars that have like lost momentum in their career. He's trying to build them up into big fights. So yeah, it's quite good because it brings out the stars in boxing that pull a lot of star power. Even though, like, I'll give you an example, like Edgar Berlanga, he lost against Hamza Shiraz, but he still got the star power. So he's good at trash talking and selling seats, putting bombs in seats because of the way he is as his personality. So they're trying to build him up again, and stars like that. So yeah, it gives them a chance as well at the same time to rebuild their career. So yeah, it's also good because we get a lot of, you know, close, interesting matchups as well eventually, you know. So I think all in all, Zuffa boxing is a good idea from Dana White and Turkey Al-Sheikh. I think it's going to do quite good fights and it's going to benefit boxing as a whole.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Berlanga, right? Because on any given era of boxing, what Hamza
Yeah,
Shiraz did to him is like life. Well, not life, but career threatening. I mean, the
yeah.
knockout itself was career
That was
threatening,
brutal.
right? You know,
Mm,
but on top of that, because dude, you know how it is, bro. Berlanga was the A side going into that fight. You know, and then you had Fat Joe, hyping you up, all throughout your career. Meanwhile, here's Hamza Shiraz. It's not like he, was walking up in there being endorsed by Stormzy or or Dutch Avelli or or who else? Who else is a top UK artist? Bugsy Malone. That's one of my
man,
favorite UK
yeah,
guys right there. So it's not like he has these guys endorsing him. Like he went in there dolo, and then you even seen some of the homies that that we interviewed on this channel. Some of my homies, they didn't even know who Hamza Shiraz was. Obviously, we both know because more so for you because you're close and tied in with him. So you've been knowing him for a long time. You've seen him in the sparring room. You've seen him in the training room and what he's
yeah.
capable of. So almost none of this, damn near surprised you, really. You know what I
Not
mean?
really, to be
So,
honest. Like,
but
yeah, go on.
but for everyone else, it's like, oh yeah, this is Fat Joe's guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like one
Yeah,
of them
no.
things. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, he's Fat Joe's guy, so therefore he has to be special. Because you know how it is. Celebrities don't just endorse anybody. Unless they know that you're like a guaranteed win. That's why Donald Trump dumped Colby Covington because it was after that Leon Edwards fight. That he's like, I'm not endorsing this guy. That's why he didn't get a White House card. And that whole entire card at the White House had Colby Covington written all over it, but because he lost in front of Trump,
Yeah,
fighting Leon Edwards when Leon Edwards is a champion, they're like, nah, and Trump's a sociopath. Trump only
yeah,
likes winners, right? He's like, he only wants to hang out with you when you win. He's not one of those type of guys that's like going to console you, like, oh, it's okay, this and that, or you're still my guy. He wants to go with the winner. You know what I mean? Like that's Trump's whole mentality. So,
uh,
so
you
yeah,
got to
that
stick
Leon
by your
Edwards fight rule.
people, man.
Right. And by the
Yeah,
way, that
okay.
was when before Trump got reelected, by the way. So he was like in between jobs at that time,
Okay,
so he
okay,
wasn't
fair enough.
he wasn't president for the second time. He was the former president when he attended that fight. And he was like on so that fight, believe it or not, was instrumental to Trump's comeback. He had those charges going on. They were trying to lock him up, and they're like, "Hey, let's do the UFC campaign because the UFC is really strong in their media. Very
Mm,
strong, right?"
mm,
So he's like, "All right, let's go to a Colby Covington fight and endorse Colby Covington. That's my guy." And then he loses to, out of all people, an English guy, a British guy in Leon Edwards, right? And he
yeah,
even and Colby even did the whole 1776 thing where he dressed up like George Washington. And Leon Edwards, he's from the hood of Birmingham. He's looking at this like, what the hell is this dude doing? You know what I mean? Like, has absolutely zero attachment to the historical significance of it. But the
yeah,
only significance of that was, yeah, that's what it is, bro. People think that when you have a powerful person that backs you, that that somehow you're invincible. But actually, Hamza does have one guy that backs him, and it's probably the most important guy of them all. It's
yeah,
Turkey.
that's the main guy. Yeah, man. Trust me, he's gonna naturally gravitate towards Hamza as well because he's obviously Muslim, innit? You know? So yeah, man.
Yes.
Big up Turkey for
And on
following
top,
Hamza and giving him the opportunities
and
he's
speaking
given.
of Saudi Arabia,
Yeah.
this is even going to strengthen their alliance even further. Now, I don't know how much Hamza Shiraz is tied to Pakistan. Obviously, we know he's
Yeah.
Pakistani, but it's not like he's tied to like any prime minister of Pakistan or anything like that.
Mm.
He's a British boy from London, right? But Saudi Arabia
Yeah.
signed a defense pact deal with Pakistan and Turkey.
Okay.
So they kind of have a defense deal going on right now. So, is it possible that they can use Hamza as some sort of like diplomatic tool of like, hey, help us out with Pakistan, or I don't know. Maybe they
Maybe.
don't,
You never
need
know.
any of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because obviously they always try to obviously link boxing with politics as well at the same time. That could like reunite a lot of the nations, I don't know.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Round number
Here we
one.
go, round one.
Ian
Yeah, let's
Garry
go.
versus Islam Makhachev.
Come on,
447,
Islam.
446, 445. There's Islam
You're a bit ahead
Makhachev
of
with
me.
the low kick.
I think.
Oh, am I? Okay.
Alright,
I will
go
I
for
will
it.
try to curb any I will try to curb
No problem.
anything that is
I come on, Islam.
all right. So far, what we know about Ian Garry wanting to fight out of range, that's exactly what he's doing right now, keeping range and distance towards Islam Makhachev. Islam Makhachev looking to explode at any particular moment right now. Oh, there's a single leg shot right there. You know what? Very reminiscent of Khabib shooting on Conor McGregor in their fight. This is literally the position. Look at this. This is how Khabib took down Conor McGregor in their first
Oh,
fight. It is
did he
so
get the takedown?
identical. He got the takedown, yes. Once both of your feet is on the ground like that, yeah, and yeah, you're it's considered a takedown at this point. Wow, so he's making him carry his weight right now. You see that back control right there, the body lock that he has him? A lot of weight is being put on Ian Garry right now. So right now, what does Islam Makhachev weigh right now? Maybe about 180. No. Yeah, maybe 185, close to 190 right now.
Hey.
He's putting the type of pressure on him right now that makes him feel like he's 220. Right? He's using a lot of weight distribution right now. If you notice, take a look at Islam Makhachev's shoulders, right? Being pushed onto the left shoulder of Ian Garry from his back position. He's adding more weight to his body right now, and you're seeing Ian Garry breathe heavy as Islam Makhachev is taking the back control position right now.
My thing. Oh shit.
What is your time clock right now, Zane?
It's at 2:30.
What? 2:30. Okay, we're 10 seconds ahead of each other. I'm 10 seconds ahead. Okay.
Yo, you think he can submit him?
You know what? Not in this round. Not in this round. If he continues, right? If he continues, and it depends what kind of conditioning Ian Garry has to defend himself from these positions. I say not very good. I think that, this is the classic Dagestani zap your energy, type of wrestling that they are doing right now.
Yeah, as long as Islam wins, that's all that matters, man. Damn. The takedown defense of Garry is quite good,
It is. Yes, it is. Now, for the life of me, I don't understand how he got taken down by MVP, but maybe that says a lot about MVP's you know, ever improving wrestling skills over the years as well. Because well, it was later in the fight. Okay, which by the way should be concerning for Ian Garry, right? If MVP can take you down later on in the fight, where is Islam going to be if he continues this ground control time and this body lock control position if he's held on for, you know, a good amount of 3 to 4 minutes now? Okay, yeah, that is a good point that Joe Rogan just made right now, right? He said that Ian Garry is doing a very good job of elbowing the forearms of Islam Makhachev right now. That's actually very brilliant if you think about it. But
Yeah,
also, you know, Islam Makhachev, according to the PI Test Center, right, he has one of the strongest grips in all of the UFC's roster. The strongest grip,
honestly,
by the way, in all of the UFC. That also includes heavyweights. What do you think of
that's a
that
good
stat,
first
Zane?
round.
That also includes heavyweights.
That's
The
crazy, bro.
strongest grip,
Not strong, bro.
according to
The
their
guy is so strong,
scientific.
bro. Man,
Yeah, Ian Gary's has a lot to. He's got a lot to deal with.
trust me. He's in a whole lot of
He's got a
trouble,
lot.
man.
Oh yeah, he is, man.
That was an easy round for Islam, bro.
See, I
But
told you, right? I told you that, you know,
yeah,
this was going to be
still
easy
got
work.
this is gonna be easy work, bro. You see, even before the fight, Ian Gary's son, he's a fan of Islam Makhachev. That's how good he is, bro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's that's uh I think that's a bit of like a joke that they do, you know, kind of like a self-deprecating joke. You know, his son is he's a fan of everyone. You know what I mean? His you know, it's one of them things. Like me, I'm a fan of John Jones. I'm also a fan of Daniel Cormier, even though they're both ops. You know what I mean? It's kind of one of them things. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But yeah, yeah. Obviously, rightfully so, Islam has a lot of fans around the world. You know, if that also includes, you know, his opponent's family.
yeah.
Oh, so here we go. Round
Round
number
two.
2 so far. And just as Ian started from round 1, he's doing the same in round number 2 right now, trying to fight with the range. There's that oblique kick that John Jones is sort of known for. And there he is, sort of trying to perfect that right there. But good distance management on the part of Islam, right?
Mm,
Because like what you see out of Bivol, right? You notice
yeah,
the Eastern European boxing style that they do, right? Out of Bivol, he darts in and out. Kamzat has
yeah,
a little bit of that. Islam has a little bit of that as well. That's why he's able to get away from a lot of these, you know, long range shots that Ian Garry usually throws at people. Right now, in most fights, Ian Garry would be catching people with head kicks, front kicks, long range shots. He would be connecting a lot more with the jabs. But for whatever reason, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, to the credit of Islam's defense, he's not allowing him to do so. So yeah.
mm. Islam's hurt.
Wow, man. Oh! 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 Oh!
Come on, days, what happened?
Oh, wow. He just
Oh
brought
my
Ian Garry with
days.
a head kick.
Oh, Islam
Yep.
Makhachev. Oh my
Yep.
days.
I'm gonna
What
let you
a
take
kick.
over on the commentary on that
Oh
one since
my
you're 10
days.
seconds behind.
Oh
Go ahead,
my
Zane. Comment.
days. Bro, Islam Makhachev gave him a one flying kick to the face. Man was down like a rash, bro. Oh my days. What a kick from Islam Makhachev. He's got him on the floor now. He's trying to
That was the kick McGregor was trying
get
to
the
throw at
submission.
Max Holloway.
He's trying to get the submission. He's trying to maneuver himself to get the submission.
Right now,
Come on,
Islam
Islam.
Makhachev is in side control position right now.
Oh my days. Wow. What a kick from Islam Makhachev, though. If you guys didn't see that, you need to catch that on the highlights. Oh, that was brutal. That was time to perfection, man. That just changed the whole fight, you know? Wow.
Yeah,
What
that
a
was
performance
absolutely
from
game
Makhachev
changer
so
right
far.
there.
That was on the button. Wow. Ian
Real
Garry
game
was
changer on
rough.
that one.
Good takedown defense though from Garry though. I gotta give him that, you know. He's making it
Yeah,
hard for
Gary's tough,
Islam to get
man.
the submission. Oh my days.
Both got laid out by that kick.
Wow.
Remember?
Yes.
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear
Zane,
you.
can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Oh my days, what a kick. Islam. Come on, Islam. Oh, wow. A knee to the face by Islam Makhachev. He's putting some damage on Garry in this round. Damn, what a round. Ended the round. Oh, you see the replay. Oh my days. That kick was so beautiful that it just knocked Garry down on his feet. Damn, that was time to perfection, bro. 2-0 Islam Makhachev so far, and it's looking like easy work. I never seen Garry get put down like that though. That was quite impressive.
Yeah, this is easy. This is easy 2-0 right now, man. Easy 2-0 for Islam Makhachev, right? 2-0.
Yes, that was crazy. What a round by Makhachev. One thing I
I've
give
never
Garry
seen Ian
credit for,
Garry get roughed like this either.
yeah, one thing I give him credit for though is doing well, like not trying to get like submitted, you know. He's making it hard for Makhachev to submit him, which is something I give him a bit of credit for. But it's the third round. Here we go. We still got time for the submission. If Makhachev can get that, that will be impressive. Yeah, Makhachev's surprisingly doing well in the striking department. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm a bit quiet right now because I'm too
Oh no,
invested
no, it's
in
all
this
good,
fight.
man. This is a very interesting fight. And look, even though Islam is dominant in this, Garry is still not out, man. You know, we can have ourselves, still a 5-round fest here, and it can go either way for sure.
Anything can happen.
All right, so this is probably the longest they've been on a stand-up position throughout the entire 2 rounds, right?
Hmm.
Islam looks very comfortable, obviously, with a stand-up, right? He knows that he has the capability of hurting Ian Garry on the feet, and he does. There is single leg again, single leg entry. Single leg entry gets the takedown.
Oh, he's going for the takedown. Makhachev got the takedown. Oh, what a takedown. Smooth. Yeah. Ian Garry didn't even see that coming.
All right, yeah, good job on Ian Garry to get that back control. And great job on Islam Makhachev to back him away from that, right? Reversing it. Boy, let me tell
Yeah,
you, man,
Garry reversed it.
I guarantee you, Dana White doesn't really have favorites, right? Obviously, these are all his fighters. It's all under one promotion. But rest assured, he's probably rooting for Islam Makhachev right now because Ian Garry is a representation of Eddie.
Yeah, he probably is.
I'm surprised you didn't know that, man. I thought that would be one news that you're on, but that's why I'm surprised the boxing media doesn't cover the fact that Eddie Hearn is managing UFC fighters, right? He created literally a management team. He's also going to manage footballers and rugby players as well, he said. Maybe even go into the NBA. So Eddie Hearn is really trying to go for a sports agency, which, by the way, completely separate from promotion, from having like a promotional company like Maxwell.
How do you see this round going so far? It's a
I
close
think
round,
that
this one.
I think Ian Garry survives it. The fourth or fifth round, that's where I'm going to see Ian Garry start dwindling.
Yeah.
All right, so the fact that Ian Garry is throwing those spinning attacks at the end of the round shows me that he's
Mm.
trying to unload every possible weapon that he has. Right? Think of like these spinning attacks as like missiles, right? You're running out of bullets, so it's kind of like, all right, I'm gonna shoot out the big guns and the big explosions, and that's what that was at the end of the round. Um,
Mm.
Joe Rogan mentioned that he notices Islam Makhachev is breathing hard. Not a surprise. As I said, this was going to be a tough fight for Islam Makhachev, but how tougher it was going to be was all predicated on what Ian Garry was willing to do and what he can do, which wasn't much, and a lot of what he tried to do, Islam nullified. So, it's still a hard fight. Ian Garry's a durable guy, and he's still in a
Mm.
tough fight, but as the championship rounds dwindle down, I think that's where Ian Garry is going to start, losing hope at some point. He hasn't already.
That was a good round for Garry, though. I got a bit of momentum going.
All right, so now right into the
Fourth
championship
round.
rounds, we go round number.
Come on, Makhachev. Let's go, man. Got to gain the momentum back. Come on. I think he needs to go shoot for the takedown.
So if you notice the way that Islam is bouncing up and down, that's exactly what he's. That's how you know when someone is looking for level changes or trying to shoot for a takedown. Look at the feints that he's doing right now. He's looking down. You notice he'll try to, squat down a little bit. That's indicative of him trying to change his levels. But he's also comfortable in boxing range with Ian Garry, as you've noticed. There's a few exchanges here where he had the better, the better of those exchanges. So he's very comfortable in a boxing range, but his safety net is obviously the level change and the takedown shots.
Oh, he's gone for the takedown. Come on, Islam, you're getting it. Oh, he didn't get it. Oh no. Good job by Islam Makhachev. Got him back on his feet. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very good
Turned him
scrambles,
around.
man.
Very good. That was good work.
And now notice the body lock position that Islam Makhachev has, and notice how he leans on the opposite side of Ian Garry's hips. Right, that is deliberate to try and make Ian Garry carry all 200 pounds of Islam Makhachev, which further zaps his energy. Boxers, very rough house type of boxers Dylan Wright uses this type of strategy as well against the ropes. Right, if you notice that he used these similar type of tactics against.
It's very good tactic to drain the energy of the other fighter.
Joseph Parker, he did this too. And you can see how labored Ian Garry is getting right now.
For a small dude, Makhachev, he's got a lot.
Oh man, that's a Daniel Cormier slam right there. Yeah, Islam is going to win this fight decision.
Oh wow, what a slam! Oh my day.
Yep, Daniel Cormier. That was a Daniel Cormier slam. He did that to Josh Barnett during the Strikeforce Grand Prix tournament.
That was good, man. That was good by
Yeah, he's like DC. Him and DC are always competitive at each other. And he's probably like, look, brother, I do this slam better than you. I do Daniel Cormier slam better than you. Okay?
One minute to go.
Yeah, Ian Garry is swinging for the fences as he's being clenched up right here, but he can't do anything to Islam Makhachev, man. And there's Khabib yelling frantically, in the corner.
Yeah. That was a Makhachev round, but Ian Garry is very strong to take down, and just, submit.
What is that? A little bit of some sportsmanship right there at the end. So the corner of Ian Garry is advising him to go throw some more kicks. The problem with that, you see, kickers don't do well with wrestlers because when they try to kick, guess what they're going to do? They're going to grab your leg and I tell you what, man, this is the most beat up I've seen Islam Makhachev in a fight, though, other than the Volkanovski fight, the first Volkanovski fight.
Yeah, what a warrior Islam is, bro. Because Ian Garry is a very bigger guy than him. Like, he's naturally a very big person, you know. So
All right,
you got
they're
to give him credit
handshaking
for
it up.
taking him down as well. It's not his weight class, you know.
Well, who's not weight class?
Like Islam's, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. Not his natural weight class. I see what you're saying
Yeah,
there. Islam has to be very careful in this round, though,
he's got to
man.
be careful
You know,
now, man.
yeah, he has to be
Last
very
round.
careful.
Yeah,
Ian Garry, yeah, see, there it is. He's looking for that, that kick. He's trying to fight him in the long range because I think that he understands in the boxing range, Islam can get him, but in the kicking range is his best. There it is. More boxing exchanges right there. Some good shots right there. Yep. Looking to set up that kick. There it was again. Oh, man. Ooh, good kick by Ian Garry. Ooh, good body kick, man. Yeah, he's really, this is where he's really dangerous right now. He's going to try to unload every weapon he has on him. Okay, very good. He gets the single leg right there. So easily. He sees something in the single leg here, and he gets it every time.
come on, Makhachev. Don't let him back in this one. Take down. Shit.
I think there's going to be some criticisms for this fight. I can already see it Monday morning. They're going to say,
Uh,
well, Islam could have done this. Unless, of course, Islam gets the finish right here. He gets the finish. He gets
what?
the
He gets
finish. All
finished?
these,
No, I
if he
don't.
gets the finish, if he gets the
Wait.
finish,
Oh my
then
days. Oh my days. He's got a chance now. Wait. Oh my
yeah, put
God.
an
Is he going for the finish?
exclamation point
He's
on
gonna get the.
this.
Do you think he's gonna get the finish? Oh my days.
Ah, he's
Nah.
got a chance, but I
He's
don't
got a
think so,
chance
man.
now.
I think Ian Garry, yeah,
Yeah.
Ian Garry's
Yeah.
going to
How
drive
phones
off
up.
with his submission defense in this.
Yeah, I think he's gonna survive, but he's got a chance right here. It's the closest he's been getting.
Mm-hmm.
2 minutes left, just under 2 minutes.
Yeah, look, man, a lot of people are not going to be happy about this fight. But this is high level fighting. The
High level fighting,
consequences,
man.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
man. You got
consequences are
two
dire. And
top contenders, you know. So, it comes down to very little at the end. Do you know what I mean? But
yeah,
Makhachev,
yeah, and
Makhachev easily beat him, 4 rounds to 1, you know.
he easily beat him, but also in a way where Gary was also defensive,
Yeah,
right?
it was very defensive.
Which
Yeah.
prevented him from creating any offenses. And the majority of the offense was coming from the grappling prowess of Islam.
Nevertheless, bro, as long as Islam won, because obviously he's our guy, you know.
Yeah, yeah. This is a, he has, you know what? He now has beaten Anderson Silva's record for
That was
the
impressive.
longest win streak in the UFC. This is now the longest winning streak in UFC's history. Nobody gets 17 wins in a row in the UFC. That's how difficult
Yeah,
a career is in the UFC. Like eventually somebody is going to, stop you at 10.
especially in
Somebody's
the
going to stop
UFC,
you at
bro. It's
9.
not easy,
And
you know.
17, he did it. 17, he did it. The other record he broke was he's now the second man to have defended both titles in both divisions.
Oh, this was a good fight, though.
Nobody,
What a great fight, man. A good ass fight, bro.
nobody has done that other than Daniel Cormier.
And they
Yeah,
just
nobody
embraced
has
that
done
day.
that other
That
than
was a
Daniel
good fight,
Cormier.
man. I enjoyed that, man.
Yeah,
Shit.
me too, man. Me too. It was worth it. I'm glad you were here for it too, man. Yeah, we're gonna continue on for sure. We're gonna continue
That's
on,
sick, bro.
because let's see here. So 6 hours and 42 minutes. This is going to be the recap main card.
What do you score the fight, bro?
I got it all 5 rounds. Islam Makhachev. There's not a single round that I gave to Ian Garry in any way. No rounds
Yeah.
whatsoever.
Okay, you got a shutout,
I
yeah.
did to him. Yeah, complete shutout. That
Yeah,
was a complete shutout. The
yeah, it
ground
was pretty
control
much.
time, even though Ian Garry had some good moments of getting some shots in there, getting some jabs, getting some good moments of scrambles. Ultimately, it was always Islam Makhachev, gaining top control positions, and ultimately that's what won him the fight.
Hmm.
So here we go, man. Making it official. There's Hezbollah right there. And they gave him the 2 belts too.
I'm so happy for him, man.
Yeah, man, very good, man. All right, let's hear what Joe Rogan has to say to
That was a tough fight, man. Like,
Islam
you
Makhachev.
know, the guy was tough, man, for Garry and for Islam. But what a performance for Islam.
Salim plays says who's winning. Well, Islam just won by unanimous decision. Like, if you haven't tapped in, shout out to you, Salim. Shout out to everybody in Algeria, my man. See, yeah, he said this is as hard as the fight that he did in Australia. Yeah, so he had all the takedowns here, all the trips. Yeah, there's a few hooks. Boom! Oh, that was a kick right there. He tried to throw the hook, he missed, and then he went upstairs with the kick.
Oh, that kick was like I mentioned the live. That kick was so perfect. Round 2. I did not
And yeah,
expect that as
man,
well from Islam. That was
people
mad.
underestimate the striking prowess of Islam. So the co-main event, obviously Mackenzie Dern, very similar to Islam Makhachev. Even during the fight, I had said that hey, Mackenzie Dern Islam Makhachev might do exactly what Mackenzie Dern did to Julian Roberts. Unanimous decision on her part in the lightweight fight between Jalen Turner and Fernandes. That was a 39-second knockout. Right? They really went for it in the first round, and Jalen Turner did the knockout. Dustin gets the upset submission win against Mentor Abdul. It was a good, and in the beginning of the main card, Esteban beats Edson Barboza. I made a little tribute for Edson Barboza prior to the fight. Go rewind to the very beginning and go check it out. I talked about all the past fights that he did. I talked about how this is how most people in combat sports end their career, and he unfortunately ended his career the way most do, and that is with a devastating loss. But even
Bro,
though a
there's something wrong
devastating
with your
loss in the end
audio.
of their career, can't hear me? Okay, something wrong with the audio, he said. Okay. All right, how about now? Hello?
Yeah, a little bit better.
A little bit better. Okay. Okay. All right, there we go.
That's better.
Yeah,
That's
so
better.
all right. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, as I was saying, I did a little bit of a tribute for Edson Barboza later on tonight, and how I mentioned how most careers end the way that it does, with the way that Edson Barboza ended his career with a loss like that. But remember, like all legends, um we don't remember Muhammad Ali's last fight with Larry Holmes, or whoever that guy was, right? The unknown name guy that beat him in his last fight. We don't know Mike Tyson's fight from his fight against Kevin McBride, or Danny Williams, the UK guy, right? That's not what we know Mike Tyson to be. We know him as the guy in the middle, and that's kind of what we thought about Edson Barboza. So he goes out with a loss tonight, but an overall W career by the end of it. What is he and Garry talking about now? All right, so obviously he's showing a great attitude towards his loss. That's what it is. Slim says Muhammad Ali is a legend. Also is Mike Tyson. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So there you have it, guys. That is the full card breakdown that we have right now. Yeah, man. So he says, we need new legends. Salim says. Salim, you know what, man? Remember when Anthony came into boxing, Zane?
Yeah. Anthony
You
Joshua.
know, who was the top guy? Yeah, when he came into boxing, which was, I believe, 2013.
Yeah.
Who was the guy in the game? Obviously, it was like the end of the era, right? Like 10 years removed from the time that Mike Tyson had already
And
retired.
Tyson Fury
So
was
people were already.
at the top. He was like really running the heavyweight division at the time. Tyson Fury, Derek Chisora, David Hay, possibly.
Well, that was until 2015, right?
Yeah, no,
obviously that's when he won the world title.
I think at that time Fury was still like building up his name as well, but quite early on, I'm not too sure. Like there was a few heavyweight.
2013. By that point, Tyson was already international world level. He was way past British level at that point.
Yeah.
2013, Anthony Joshua was in the undercard of George Groves and Carl Froch.
Okay.
In his that was Anthony Joshua's debut.
Dylan White was there at the same time. Dylan White, he was coming up. He was he was a prospect at the time. That's when Joshua fought Dylan White
for the British title, I reckon, right?
Yeah.
The famous Lonsdale belt, as they call it.
Yeah.
So
very early on, but they had history in the amateurs, isn't it? Dylan White beat him in the amateurs. Yeah. Talking about boxing, there's boxing tonight as well. Clarissa Shields is fighting.
Oh, again? Oh, what? Okay.
Clarissa Shields right now.
Salim says, is that a new streamer? No, man. I've done like hundreds of episodes with Zane on here.
Yeah, man.
The
Check them
Bilal
out, man.
Muhammad fight in Manchester. We did that. I mean, we did a lot of fights together, man. Boxing, MMA.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on this channel a lot. I know you're new to the channel. He says, bro, your post was the best post ever. Yeah, man. Well, in that regard, influence Deen to get back into you. I'm sorry, Facebook. So he can get it all on the banter right now. So he says,
Yeah.
I think he's your brother. Of course, man. We're all brothers. Yeah, okay. We are all brothers. One umo. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Salim is from Algeria. He's a Facebook friend of mine.
Okay.
So
Big him up, man. Big up to you, man. Big up to the people of Algeria, man. They're good people.
and Ali Khan, this guy, he's a UK guy. Ali Khan says, so this was great to see. Yes, I agree. Ali Khan says, but man, Islam showed some holes in his game. Salim says, thank you, brother. All right, that's a very interesting point right
Interesting
there,
question. Yeah.
Ali Khan. What are some holes that you noticed in Islam's game tonight? Was it in the stand-up department? I could see that a little bit. Was it in I mean, the grappling was phenomenal. 10 out of 10 in the grappling, right? Even with these scrambles that him and Ian Garry got into, he managed to get by it. So yeah, what are some holes that you noticed? Um, Ali Khan says, welterweights carry some power. Imagine maybe some bigger welterweights hitting him with some of those shots. Some welterweights like Michael Morales maybe, right? I know Michael Morales has a fight coming up with Carlos Prates. I anticipate Michael Morales to win that one. But I would argue, Ali Khan, that Ian Garry probably has better wrestling and better grappling than Michael Morales. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you say that he has better, right? Wrestling and grappling? I think that's the only reason why this fight was a little bit harder for Islam, right? He's got Ian Garry has very good wrestling, very good jiu-jitsu. But he's also got very good striking, and striking is his forte. By the way, fun fact about Ian Garry that's going to blow your mind, Zane. He has 300 amateur boxing fights.
Oh, wow. I didn't know he was into boxing like that. To be honest, like, I'm not surprised because the way he uses his hands in the UFC ring is quite impressive because he knows how to gauge the distance. And, he did have moments in the fight where he was, boxing from the outside.
Yeah, man. The Irish version of the ABA. You know how you guys have the ABA amateur systems in England? He did that in the Irish version of that.
Yeah, man. He did well, man.
300.
Obviously, he weren't good enough, but he did have his moments, and he did give some things to work on for Islam, like the brother said in the chat, Ali Khan. So yeah, man. But at the same time, Islam dominated that fight, man. Hands down. You can't say he didn't, That was quite clear and concise.
Yeah. Salim says, I said I accept all, but no women. Ali Khan says, not impressed by the performance, but maybe his eye played a part. His eye played a part. You mean the bruises that he has on his face? Is that what you mean? Salim says, I'm a man. Salim says, Ali, don't tell me what to do. Oh, okay. So we got a little bit of some friction on the chat going on. I see. Okay. You know what? There's this theme that people say, right? Like with Khabib. If you look at Islam Makhachev's face right now, right? You've never seen Islam Makhachev I'm sorry, you've never seen Khabib in these types of fights. And, he was never bruised up in any of these fights. But the reason is because, understand this, Khabib was a one-weight fighter, right? He stayed in one weight his whole entire career. Never deviated from that weight, dominated that weight, or fought anybody who was in that weight, had big fights in that weight, had the biggest 155 fight of all time against McGregor, right? He never steered away from 155. He stayed in his comfort zone. Now, Islam, on the other hand, he's sort of the evolution of the Abdul school of thought. Okay, he's the evolution of that, meaning that he has good striking, he's got good kicks. You don't normally see Khabib lay people out with kicks, head kicks, or anything like that, right? That's not what you see out of Khabib. You saw that with Islam Makhachev tonight. That is why he's got the type of skill that can translate well in other weight classes, in weight classes above him, and that's exactly what Islam did. However, that comes with challenges. That comes with dealing with guys that are huge, guys that are dangerous in that size and know how to use that size. And this is the reason why his face looks like the way that it does in comparison to Khabib, who's had flawless 155-pound fights. Ali Khan says, but Ian might be his best matchup all around because Protest or Morales don't have that dangerous of a ground game. Exactly. Those are my sentiments exactly. The fight looked like the way that it did tonight because Ian Garry had enough grappling prowess to match that with Islam, but obviously not enough to win because he was going to get outpointed by Islam in that department. But he was also able to show some of his striking skills. At the same time, Islam also showed the striking skills that we know that he has, right? That devastating head kick knockout power.
Wow. You seen this fight, man? Clarissa Shields. He's fighting right now.
Is it on right now?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, let me go.
The only reason why I'm watching this fight is because I got a bet on it.
Okay. I'll go check.
I've got Clarissa Shields.
I love a good little.
Oh yeah, Clarissa Shields is very good for a woman's boxer. He's got very good skills.
And we were just talking about in the chat earlier, a few hours ago, how women's fights just suck, bro, in MMA or in boxing. But Clarissa Shields is I'll watch that all day. I know she has the skills to pay the bills, and it's worth watching. And she's entertaining too. Let's not forget about that. I mean, being with Pat Rose, I think kind of helps. Kind of put a flavor into her personality a little bit of a storyline, right? And Pat Rose seems to always get her into some shit, so that's kind of what makes it fun.
Yeah, first round.
Someone, Clarissa Shields.
First round done.
Clarissa Shields is always yelling at someone. Someone's always getting yelled at by Clarissa Shields.
I remember when she wanted to fight Keith Thurman. That was funny.
Yeah, that is hilarious. I don't take that seriously. I take it more seriously when she tries to fight other female fighters or other female rappers. You know what I mean? Like, with a male fighter, like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like these, like by the very least, even if you get into it with these dudes feel sorry for you. They're not gonna like do anything to you. But Remy Ma, at least she's dumb enough to think that she can actually like get in there with Clarissa Shields. Which is entertaining. Like she actually thinks, she can get in there with her.
Yeah, man. Clarissa Shields is really good. She's a really good boxer, man. Like a lot of men boxers should take
she's boxing?
some note. Kay Scott, she's some Australian fighter. She's quite good. I think she might be undefeated as well, but I'm not too sure. I have bet on K Scott before, so that name rings a bell. But Clarissa Shields is on a whole different level, and my money's on Clarissa Shields. So she's won the first round. So yeah, it's a good start.
Yeah, she's retiring undefeated, man.
Yeah, she's good.
YG. Oh, snap. That's YG. Okay, this must be in the West Coast then. Oh, there's Usher. Is this in Vegas? Where is this fight?
What this the boxing fight? Yeah, I think it's in Vegas.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Ali Khan says it's like you're talking from the shower. Okay.
That sounds better, bro.
Okay. Nukri says he win because I'm like hugging. Okay, you're gonna have to fix your English grammar, but I think I understand what you mean. What you're trying to say, Norky, in your broken East Indian English, is that he wins because he likes to hug guys, is what you're saying. Okay, let me say it for you in the refined English that you wish to express it in. Okay, what you're trying to say is he won because he likes hugging men. That's what you're trying to say, and that's the reason why you have. What do you have here? Is this a camera emoji, and then a person that looks like they walked into something rather weird. All right, so I think you're sort of hinting at something with sexual innuendos in that. All right. Let me explain something to you, Nukri, okay? It's called mixed martial arts, okay? It's not a Muay Thai fight, and here's the thing, right? All these guys that always talk about, wrestling is boring, they're hugging each other, or this and that. Oh, you wouldn't even go and sit down and watch an entire Muay Thai fight, okay? You wouldn't sit down and watch an entire Muay Thai fight, let alone an entire Muay Thai card. So why are you complaining that they are doing what they are supposed to do in mixed martial arts, which, by the way, consists of wrestling exchanges? Like, why would that be boring to you? But yet you wouldn't go and watch. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's the same people that wouldn't even watch boxing or Muay Thai, and yet you complain that they're hugging or this and that. Okay, well, try and watch I don't know, like Clarissa Shields fight or something like that. You know what I mean? Like when you do that, like I don't know, man, but guys, wrestling is part of MMA. If it works, it works. If you don't like it, blame the other guy that keeps getting taken down.
Bro, if you don't like it, then do something about it.
Exactly. Because there are plenty of wrestlers out there that can stand and bang, throw strikes, and they're able to do it because they can prevent the other guy from wrestling them.
It's all about making adjustments, bro.
That's what it is, man. And you know what?
If you can't do it, you can't do it. You know what I mean?
Wrestlers.
That's it. It's all about skills. Skills pay the bills.
That's right, man. That's right. That's what it is. Skills pays the bills.
Yeah.
If you notice, most wrestler on wrestler fights end up looking like a boxing match or a kickboxing match. Because they got nowhere to go with each other. They cancel each other out. So now it has to be about who, the better boxer is, who the better striker is. And that's what happened when Colby Covington fought Usman the first time around. They boxed it out for 5 rounds, bro, until one dude, dropped, which was Colby Covington, because they're like, man, we're not going to waste energy on each other wrestling. I know what this guy can do in a wrestling. He knows what I can do in the wrestling. We're going to be in a very tired match. Let's just throw hands. You know what I mean? And it was great. It was like the greatest boxing match, MMA boxing match I've seen out of 2 wrestlers. But that's because they were scared of each other's wrestling. That's what you got to do. You got to make others scared of your wrestling if you want to stand and bang.
Yeah, it's true.
But Ian Garry tried his best to do that. he tried to give you the stand and bang, and and that's that. RJ Brown says, God is great. God is great. He's spamming that. All right, man. Allah Akbar. Salim says, finally we agree something, Mr. Ali. Oh, what is this? You guys are still going at it? Okay. Salim says, bro, you want to go viral, or are you just doing it for fun or passion? I don't ever really do anything for fun or passion, Salim. I think, look, I think that I'm one of these guys that anything that I do, I'm going to be, competitive at it, right? I'm going to try my very best to be, the best at it, right? I'm going to put in the volume, I'm going to put in the time, and it's kind of what I do here. That's why I try to go live as much as possible, like maybe 4 or 5 times a week, right? Sometimes twice in a day. So yeah, of course, I'm really trying to go viral at it. I think is and that's what it is for me. Winning and doing good is a passion of mine. So by winning and doing good in this, I guess that's a win for me. So yeah, I guess it's more than just fun and passion. It's I enjoy it, man. I enjoy covering these fights, man. I really do, man. It's like, because we got a lot to say about these fights. I know I got a lot to say about these fights. I know Zane got a lot to say about these fights. So, this is the reason why we do what we do, right, Zane? Because, we love our
Exactly, bro.
sports, we love combat sports, and, it is the reason why we do it. So, Allah Akbar to that, and a great victory for Islam Makhachev.
100%, man. Big up Islam Makhachev, bro.
And I'm right now waiting on Eddie. I'm sorry, not Eddie Hearn, the opposite. Dana White to get on the mic right now because, bro, every time there's a fight with UFC, okay, Dana White comes on. You know who his main topic of subject is? Eddie Hearn. Okay, there's a matchroom fight going on. Eddie Hearn gets on the microphone post fight. You know who the topic is? Dana White. They are each other's topic. Okay, in their fights, bro. In the fights that they promote. I kid you not, man. Every fight, Dana White mentions Eddie Hearn. Every fight that Eddie Hearn does, he mentions Dana White. And then the media just plays it up on each other, right? They ask about them, and they have no choice but to answer it. And then they have no choice but to diss each other, so they get themselves into this, entangled beef. To the point where Eddie Hearn signed Ian Garry, and he signed Tom Aspinall first. But then when he saw Ian Garry was going to fight for the title, he's like, "Oh, I got to sign you." Eddie Hearn would have been, he would have had titles in MMA and in boxing tonight. Ian Garry would have been his first. No, actually, Tom Aspinall was his first champion, but he didn't win. The championship with Tom Aspinall. He got it as a default of him being a client after the fact.
Yeah, bro.
Celine
Sorry,
says,
I'm just
I got
watching the
you, bro.
match right now.
Celine says, I got you. So watch other small lives and watch them grow and try to learn and work for making this channel even better, bro. You will do it, bro. Just have to think about good strategy for that. Yeah, thank you for that, man. Really appreciate that. That gesture right there, Celine. Yes. He says everything war relations business is about strategy. Correct. Also, listen, here's something you have to understand too, Salim, right? There's no magic formula in doing this, right? And this is something that I kind of figured out. This is kind of the reason why I made it a conscious effort to, not necessarily go like high tech with it, right? Like I get on my phone, I get on a live, and I talk on a camera, and I make content out of it, right? For now, I'm kind of okay with that. Not to say that I'm not willing to evolve, but I look at it like this, right? If you can build an audience and you can build more people out of that audience, I think that is the plan. That is the plan more than anything. I don't think there's a magic formula to like having a certain format or having a certain, you know what I mean? Like there's people that have made it to 100,000 100K subscribers on off the strength of just being on their phone or a single camera or not even relying on image changes in between. You know what I mean? So it's you never know. You never know what is what makes things hot. But all things considered, all strategy is good. Salim says, yeah, it's about building an audience using psychology tricks. Yeah. There's a little bit of that as well. I think people love drama. That's what it is, right? Okay. Dana White is on right now. Let's hear what Dana White has to say. Hold on, because he's gonna slag off Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn's gonna get slagged off of this. Oh yeah, Eddie Hearn, he's a pussy. Even though I'm not answering his calls. Yeah, when he says he wants to fight, nobody wants to see us old guys fight. We would probably be the prelims. Nobody wants to watch us boss fight. All right, let's hear what the boss has to say. It would slow it down.
A more upward trajectory of his career, he might step away. The gate was 6.7 million.
Yeah, the gate was 7.6 million. Dana White said.
Sold out. We shattered the arena record by $2 million. The performances went to Wells, Johnson, Turner, and Stoltzfus. Let's get the first question.
All right.
Very good, interesting, tactical main event between Islam and Ian Machado. Garry, Ian showed great defensive work. Islam showed that he was strong even against the bigger guy. Give us your thoughts on the main event and how it played out.
What did you say? He was what?
Stronger and.
Let me read. They have this thing like AI doing it for me now. He showed great defensive work. Islam showed that he was strong even against the bigger guy. Give your thoughts on the main event and how it played out.
When I hear it back, it sounds like a bad question.
Bad question. I think that this is my honest opinion on it. I felt like tonight was.
How's Clarissa Shields doing in that fight right now?
Yeah, she's winning, but it's quite entertaining. Like both of them are quite good with their boxing ability, but Clarissa's just a step ahead.
The upset, I felt like the upset could happen tonight with so much on the line, all the records that Islam has, and he's going to break Anderson Silva's record.
That's a really good fight, though.
Clarissa
Clarissa's showing the levels. There's Terence Crawford, Floyd Mayweather ringside as well.
I mean, if you look at his takedown defense tonight against Islam.
Oh wow, Floyd still comes out
she's rocked her.
Huh?
She's rocked her. Oh my days. Oh, she's dropped her. Clarissa Shields. Oh wow. Clarissa Shields just knocking down K Scott. Wow, she's hurt.
There's so much at stake.
She's gonna knock her out. He's stopping her. He's stopping her. She stopped it. Oh, referee stopped it. Clarissa Shields get the knockout. Got the knockout victory.
Yep, not surprised.
And you try to finish the fight. I think that this is one of those fights that Ian will go back and watch and say.
Clarissa Shields knocked her out, bro. She knocked her out.
Would you agree, guys?
Dana White said that Ian Garry is going to look back at this fight and say, damn, I wish I could have done this all over again, because he felt like there were certain spots that he could have, took advantage of, but, that's high-level fighting for you.
Ian was actually the fresher man. Like Islam had more.
100%. And, you know, if he came out and tried to destroy and win that last round, you know, with everything that he had, I think it's a totally different fight. And then he gives Islam that explosive, you know, he exploded up and got his back. And once he took his back and put the hooks in, that was a wrap. So he's going to ride that out to the round end.
I feel like this.
And, you know, that's how I felt. But on the Islam side, Islam went out, you know, the complete opposite now. Against a bigger, strong, rangy guy who has good takedown defense, controlled him, shut him down. I don't know if he was in his head, and Ian felt like he had to come out and shake hands in the 5th round or whatever, but, you know, Islam did exactly what he needed to do to win that fight.
Do you feel like what Islam is now doing at welterweight is more impressive than anything done before, because it's quite clear that maybe this is his completely natural division?
When you go in there, you know, you're at the weigh-ins, or when I went in there for the fight, Deen and Garry came over and shook my hand. Deen and Garry's handshake is like a fucking vice grip, you know? And he is a big, powerful, rangy guy. And, you know, for Islam to go in and do what he did to him tonight, you know, physical and mental.
Yeah. What you and Ian had a long conversation after the fight. What were you guys talking about?
He's just like, listen, I know I'm one of the best in the world, and, you know, I'll be back. This isn't gonna, you know, yeah. Well, 5 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, if you'd come out of that fucking corner like
I mean, those are not bad losses for Ian Garry in his career. First loss was against Shavkat Rakhmonov, and then now Islam Makhachev. You know, those losses are going to age well as time goes on.
raging fucking bull, you know, we might be having a different conversation right now.
Do you feel like Ian's too nice to the opponents? I still wish he wanted to build his arm up. He's been nice guy.
I think that Ian.
Salim says, I have to go, brother. Fi aman Allah. Yes. May Allah be with you as well, man. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to you, brother.
The classy guy is what I think. You know, he always shows class. He did, you know, before the fight, he goes over and shakes, you know, all the corners' hands and all that stuff. It's great. But when that fucking bell rings, you gotta switch. You gotta switch all that shit off and over. And you definitely gotta do it in the 5th round after the, you know, he fought a great fight against Islam, who, you know, everybody in this room and everybody else is saying, well, we might start talking about GOAT. You don't go shake the fucking GOAT's hand going into the 5th round. You come out to fucking annihilate him. I mean, that just has to be your mindset.
Yeah, Dana White was not feeling the whole sportsmanship on the part of Ian Garry in the 5th round. He said, you know, if you're going in there against a GOAT like Islam Makhachev, you got to get in there and go after it, right? He felt like he was a little too friendly to him, right? But yeah, very interesting analysis on Dana White to say something like that.
In my humble opinion.
Can I get your thoughts on the co-main event between McKenzie and Jillian Roberts?
So I'm a Jillian fan, and you know, I was talking about, you know, Joe Daddy Stevenson and BJ Penn. I was way off on that one. I was actually surprised at how much McKenzie dominated on the ground and
And going to the, I don't know if you're even here, but the first fight of the night, Jeremiah Wells, he pointed me to over by ankle knock. That's like a -1,000 favorite.
and he won a bonus tonight too.
Apparently he used to work here back in the day, and then now he's getting off. He was kind of on the fence about retirement. He says he wants a top 15, like he probably doesn't get a more upward trajectory of his career. He might step away. Have you guys gotten clarification on
How old is he?
he's pushing 40?
Yeah. Tonight was an incredible win for him. You know, he comes back here at that age, wins in spectacular fashion, and gets a huge bonus, and, you know, it's awesome.
Yeah, that is an awesome story with Jeremiah Wells earlier tonight, guys. Obviously, he used to work for the UFC, got cut, came back at 40 years old, gets a win in his hometown of Philadelphia. Those are some of the unspoken heroes of the card, right? You know, his own, you know, milestone accomplishment. I mean, yeah. AR says, hi, Kyrie, panel and chat. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam to you, brother. How are you? Like and subscribe, share. Islam won. Congratulations and mashallah. Blessings to all the Muslim brothers and sisters around the world. Thank you. Thank you to you as well, AR. By the way, AR is Abdul Rahman. He is a Bangladeshi UK guy. So, you know, I got some UK guys in here, not just Zane. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, shout out to the UK always. You know, the best fight fans in the world, in my humble opinion.
Can you clarify the bonuses? There were two Johnsons on the card. One had a Scottish twister and the other one had a big knockout. So
Yeah, Charles.
okay, Charles Johnson, thanks. Okay, Can you just expand a little bit more on how impressive what Islam did tonight is? I mean, 17 straight wins. Anderson Silva's run ended in 2013, I think. It's been 13 years for someone to exceed that. Like, how hard is this?
Yeah, and it's very hard. And
Okay, so put that in perspective, right? The last time that Anderson Silva's 16-fight win streak record got snapped was in 2013, and that was against Chris Weidman. Okay, that was Chris Weidman who snapped that win streak. 13 years later, nobody can get up to 15. All right, nobody can get up to 15. Nobody can get up to 16. Eventually, it gets snapped. Tonight, Islam has 17, and he's looking to get at 20, maybe, perhaps.
if he keeps going like he says he's going to keep going, I mean, it might never be beaten, at least while I'm alive. So it's very impressive what he did. And again, you know, and my thoughts on how Ian performed tonight, you know, so you, like I said, you flip that whole script and then drop it on Islam on how aggressively he beat.
All right, so Islam is on the desk right now. Oh, he said he took a headbutt to the nose. So there it is, guys. That was the reason why Islam Makhachev has such swollen face right now, because he took a headbutt to the nose.
I improved a lot from this fight also, and what this fight meaning for me and for everyone, from the first second to last second, I will fight. No matter how it's gonna go.
From the first second to the last second, I would fight, brother, he said.
And again, time and time we talk about how good of a grappler you are, the control you have on the ground, but it was that head kick that stood out. You just
All right, so Dana White and Islam Makhachev are on the desk at the same time right now. I'm going to try to cover what he's saying while covering what Dana White is saying at the same time.
A big, strong, rangy guy who was doing damn good work. You know, Islam did everything he needed to do to beat this guy. And like I said, weight classes for a reason. And tonight's matchup was a perfect example of that.
Oh, there you go. Dana White said weight classes are there for a reason. This match was a quintessential example of that.
The front runner, Carlos says he's been promised it. Morales was the backup.
Yeah, I know. He was telling me.
They're talking about who the number one contender is right now.
Islam has a moment with his fight. He's running in there with the whole fucking Muslim Brotherhood in here tonight. We don't need that shit. Let's just.
What is Dana White talking about? He's like, yeah, we don't need all of that. You know what I mean? With the whole Muslim Brotherhood coming in here. Yo, I love how he mentions it, he calls it the Muslim Brotherhood. Like, yo, I don't think you want to say all that, Dana. Like, the Muslim Brotherhood is sort of, classified as a team organization. So, yeah, but anyways, yeah, don't follow the Muslim Brotherhood, Dana.
Let's pump the brakes and see what's next.
You guys showed Usman tonight, made all on the broadcast.
He says, brother Kyrie, fix the mic. Okay, hold on a second.
Anderson Silva's record. And
Going for. All right, how's the audio now? Let me know, guys.
Perfect, bro.
So you guys can hear. Okay, you can. Perfect. Okay. Good. Okay, just had to turn on and off my mic there.
do you feel that way about yourself?
What was blurry?
Your mic, bro. Like it was making like a background noise. Now it's perfect.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay. All right, back to Dana White.
As well, is there any update on talks with him or anything in that regard with him?
I mean, if we did, we'd announce it.
Sure. And lastly, there was 8 finishes tonight, and at this point of the year, there's been the most finishes, highest finishing rates since 2018 in the UFC. Is that just coincidence? Is that matchmaking, or do you think the finish bonus has maybe
I think it's a little bit of everything. Yeah, a little bit of everything.
Against some of these
Thank you.
opponents that maybe
Hey, Dana, over here.
That is true, man. 2026 in the UFC has been a year of finishes, a lot of finishes, right? This card had a lot of finishes, even though the main and co-main event did not go to a finish.
So, Dana, this was the
That was a
UFC's
good
first
fight,
show in
bro.
Philadelphia in over 7 years. What'd you think of the crowds?
That was a very good fight, bro. That was high level MMA. That was
100%,
high
bro.
level MMA.
Yeah,
And
even Islam
for what
didn't
it's
get the
worth,
finish. It was perfect, bro. I enjoyed that, man. That was high level MMA, like you said.
okay, so you know how they dubbed this as Dagestan versus Ireland, right? A sort of like a tribute to Khabib and Conor. Okay, check this out. This fight, yes, it didn't have the beef and it didn't have the animosity that Conor and Khabib had in 2018, right? It's not like that. I mean, you look at the way they sort of acted with each other, at the end of the 5th round. It's literally like Paul Hughes and Usman Nurmagomedov. You know what I mean? There's no rivalry there. There was no hatred there. Like, Ian Garry didn't go out of his way to like pick up a dolly and throw it at a bus that Khabib was on or Islam was on. Like, it was none of that going on. But here's the thing. This fight was better than that fight.
It was
Even though
better.
that fight had a better, way better, because Conor didn't show up for that fight. At least Ian Garry, he showed up for this fight. That's the difference. But the only difference is that they didn't have the same hype. But that's the moral of the story when it comes to MMA. Sometimes you don't need all the hype to get a good fight. But it's nice when you
Facts,
do.
bro.
It's just that it
100%.
sucks, and it sucks, and it's also career threatening when you don't deliver over the type of hype that you build up for UFC 229 with Khabib and Conor. Conor didn't live up to that hype in that fight.
Facts, bro.
But he brought the drama, he brought the dolly, he brought all of that. But that's the difference with with Ian Garry. Look, here's the thing, right? This is, by the way, you're gonna relate to this. This has a Hamza Shiraz derivative from it, primarily because Hamza Shiraz has switched up coaches multiple times, right? Ian Garry is criticized for leaving his team in Ireland. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know? All right, check this out. Do you know the camp that Ian Garry came from in Ireland, Zane?
No, who did he come from?
Okay, exactly. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Okay.
Okay.
So you don't know the camp that he came from in Ireland, right? So that's why he had to leave Ireland, go to Brazil, train with Charles Oliveira, who was a former world champion. Brazil, a known MMA country. Okay, a country that's known for MMA. He moves there, trains there. He even trains with some Americans down in Florida. This is what you do. This is what you do. Just like Hamza Shiraz, he learned something training with Ricky Fuentes in LA, right? He learned something training out here in California, but he also knew that he had more to learn from Andy Lee.
Of course, yeah, man.
And now here he is. So that's what Ian Garry did in comparison to Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor's whole style is like, imagine if Joshua never left Rob McCracken.
Yeah,
right?
I
You
feel
understand the language of this, right? The MMA boxing comparison that I'm trying to make. Like
yeah, yeah,
this is why Ian Garry uh and I'm sure Conor McGregor knows this, right? He's a way better fighter than Conor McGregor is. Even though Conor McGregor is far more decorated than he is at this point, right?
yeah,
Um but overall, Ian Garry's the best Irish fighter right now.
yeah. Facts, bro.
You, yeah, he's the best Irish fighter right now because he did the right things that you have to do. Um, and that's just what it is, man. Ireland is not they are not an MMA country. I tell you what though, they're a boxing country. That's the reason why Hamza trains there. But they're not an MMA country. No MMA in their country whatsoever, right? You can build something there, but Ian Garry at least had the understanding, like, hey, dude, I gotta move to Florida. Go train with guys that know how to wrestle. I gotta go train in Brazil, guys that know how to get out of submissions. Which obviously, yeah, he lost, but he made a good account of himself.
Yeah, man, for sure. Ian Garry should keep his head up, man. He did well, considering it was like the pound for pound #1 fighter in the world. You know what I mean?
Victory
Against
asked,
this
how
guy.
did you score it, Kyrie? How did I score it, brother? Shutout. I scored it 5 rounds to none for Islam. It was a shutout. Like equivalent to baseball, a no hitter. As what you equate it in baseball. It was a no hitter, my man. Victory says I knew Garry would be tough, and I did too. That's why I gave you guys the precise prediction that I did. I knew that this was going to go 5 rounds, right? At high level fighting, guys, you need to understand something, okay? And this is something that we see a lot in boxing, right? In boxing, we see guys go all 12 rounds. You want to know why? You want to know why guys go all 12 rounds? Because the fight that you are, at least the more important fights that you're being marketed to, that's high level fighting. Terrence Crawford fighting Canelo, that's high level fighting, right? Yeah, you've seen highlights of Canelo and Crawford knock other people out, but against each other, not so easy. Not so easy. They know how to dodge. They know how to make it competitive. Even if they're losing, they know how to make it competitive. That's high level fighting, guys. I know that it's exciting to see knockouts. It's exciting to see guys get choked out. It's exciting to see guys, get their legs blown out like Conor McGregor twice in a row in his last 2 fights. Yeah, that's all fun. But, when you have a guy that's in his prime, okay, not somebody that's coming off a 5-year layoff like Conor McGregor, or somebody that had, let's say, horrible habits in their career like Tyson Fury or Ricky Hatton, yeah, you're going to get results that Ricky Hatton got when he fought Manny Pacquiao. I remember the British analysts that day, bro, when Manny Pacquiao fought Ricky Hatton. I remember
Yeah,
what's that guy's name in Box Nation? Bruce Bunce, the bald guy. Did I say his name
yeah,
right? That guy in
yeah, yeah,
Box Nation. So
yeah, yeah.
I remember it vividly when that fight happened, right? Because I was able to get a British feed on my illegal stream that I was watching the fight on. So it was Box Nation, right? They flip over to Steve Bunce. And is it Steve Bunce or Bruce Bunce, the bald guy from Box Nation?
Bruce Bunce, I think. I'm not sure myself, man.
Okay, but we are talking about the same bald guy
Yeah, I
from
know who you're talking
from
about. Yeah.
Box Nation. He kind of resembles John Fury a little bit, except John Fury has except John has a stronger jawline than he does. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Well, one drop of me sperm worth millions, millions of me bollocks worth 1 million. But anyways, yeah, he looks like so. Okay, this is what I remember him saying, right? You know what? This is what happens when you are not living the life of an athlete. All right. Remember, man, it was so sudden that when Ricky Hatton got knocked out by Pacquiao. It was like the third round.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we get it. Manny Pacquiao was the favorite going into that. Manny Pacquiao was in his prime when that fight happened. But by the very
Yeah.
least, we would have expected a competitive fight, right? Elite to go 12 rounds. That is what you expect out of a disciplined boxer, even if he was to get in there and lose, right? But sometimes, man, yeah, it doesn't pan out that way. Same thing with Errol Spence. Errol Spence was supposed to give Terrence Crawford a hard fight, but at that point he was already coming from a car crash. And then look how his career ended up in Australia against Tim Tszyu. You seen that fight?
Yeah. I couldn't believe it, man. Errol Spence lost.
Why? I mean, you had what? You had Errol Spence winning that fight going into it?
No, I didn't. I just didn't see him getting so like beat down by Tim Tszyu. And I thought, yeah, I don't know.
Dude, I knew that was going to happen. I had a good feeling he wasn't going to get finished, but I had a feeling that was going to happen. I'm going to tell you why, right? Okay, here's strike one. Strike one. Strike one. The fight is in Australia. All right. For the type of management team and the type of promotion that Errol Spence came from, being a PBC fighter. Oh yeah, the guy behind Al Heyman. It's always this Al Heyman figure that all these PBC guys used to brag about. In the mid 2010s. Remember, like 2015, 16, around that era when PBC was like, they thought like, oh yeah, we got all the best boxers, in the world, right? Yeah, man. You think about the Errol Spence of that time. Think about PBC at that time, right? You're the A side. You're going to his country. Now granted, Errol Spence has done that. You remember Kell Brook? That was like straight enemy territory. They're like, who's this American coming here? To fight Kell Brook, because at the time, very few people knew anything about Errol Spence. But then after that, for sure, after the Kell Brook fight, Errol Spence was an A side. So that's strike one. They're like, all right, you know what? You're not an A side fighter. We know you're going to lose this. So rather than having it in Houston, okay, a guy who did Dallas Cowboy Stadium fights. Okay, because doing a Dallas Cowboy Stadium fight, that's equivalent to Anthony Joshua and Carl Froch, 80,000 Wembley and Tottenham Spurs Stadium. That's equivalent to that. That's what Errol Spence was doing against Mikey Garcia. Now all of a sudden, oh, you're going to play B-side. You're going to come to Australia at a time zone that you ain't used to. And we're going to give all the advantages to Tim Tszyu. You know what I mean? and they knew he was damaged, bro. The thing with these promotions, right? Correct, bro. Correct. And that was all indicative of the fact that, yeah, dude, because look, what the thing about combat sports, Zane, you never gain anything from it other than monetary gains. Okay? It is a sport of depletion. Both MMA and boxing, it is a sport of depletion. It is there to deplete you. And at a certain point, these promoters, okay, so they asked Dana White, hey, what is it about these finishes that have been happening? Is it, the matchmaking? Is it, the bonuses? Dana said a little bit of everything. You know what I think? I think a lot of these promoters know what they are doing when they are matching up certain guys. Oh, this guy right here, he had several knockouts already coming his way. Yeah, for sure he's going to get knocked out. Oh, by this kid? Yeah, yeah. Let's set him up against this kid. And I know, look, I know that in the world of MMA, they play it off as the best fighting the best all the time. Sure, there's that. Okay, there's that. But what if you're at a circumstance where you're a highly touted prospect and nobody wants to fight you? You know what I mean? So now what's the next thing? You got to step up. Nobody talks about that because not everybody can get like warm-up fights all the time. And in reality, what really is a warm-up fight? Look at the warm-up fight that Anthony Joshua had against that Albanian. Bro, like, yo, what were you thinking when Anthony Joshua was getting rocked like that when you were watching that live?
Bro, to be honest, I wasn't surprised, As much as people were
What?
surprised, I wasn't
Really?
surprised, bro. Yeah, because he's
Why?
been through a lot,
I
man.
mean, because this kid is,
Boxing is like a mental
but this
game,
is a
innit?
relatively unknown kid.
Bro, in the
But this
heavyweight
is an
division, it takes one punch. It just takes one
It
punch,
really
bro.
does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a heavyweight, bro.
Yeah.
And even the guy, even though he fought tomato cans, he had like 20 knockouts in 20 fights, bro. So obviously, like, if he landed one punch on him, bro, he could go at any point. And that's how it goes, you get me? One punch changes everything at the heavyweight division. You got to think about it. Joshua came off a long, like, 1 year layoff or even more longer time than that. And the thing that he went through with his friend dying, bro, that's just mad in itself, isn't it? Boxing's a mental game as well. So,
Yeah.
yeah, man, like, I was surprised a little bit, don't get me wrong, but then obviously at the back of my head, it's like one punch changes it all at heavyweight, you get me? So, yeah, Joshua got caught slipping, man, but he did well to recover and come back. That's what made him, like, become a world champion in the beginning, you get me? But, yeah, it doesn't look good, like, in terms of, like, him getting dropped and that, because he looks vulnerable, like, his punch resistance may have gone, you get me? At the same time, Fury isn't looking great either, He's looking good, but he's not like his old self, So I can't wait to see that fight happen, though. But yeah, it's unfortunate that they're both not in their primes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, man. I think it's well, look, so here's the thing with Joshua, right? What's
Yeah,
really here, check out this crazy dynamic, right? Joshua is damaged, but he is in good condition, right? Meaning that he took a lot of hard hits, not in the way that Tyson Fury did, but guess what? Tyson Fury didn't take care of his body the way that Anthony Joshua did. So Anthony Joshua has the damage, but Anthony Joshua has the healthier body. Uh,
yeah, but
Tyson Fury has the less damage, but he has the unhealthier body because even his family said it in his Netflix documentary. He's like, yeah, well, we don't know Tyson to have actually lived like a professional athlete. Like what? You know what I mean? Like like most fighters I meet, not even just fighters, like basketball players, rugby players, soccer players that I meet, they're really on their diet, like because they're really trying to be competitive at what they do. And then here's Tyson Fury just having normal old kebab from the kebab shop down in Morecambe. You know what I
so who
mean?
would you favor to
Is
win the
that what?
fight?
I could see Tyson Fury win it by points.
Okay,
Yeah, I could see him outpointing Anthony Joshua. I
I
could see it
agree.
as a draw.
I think so. I think so as well, man. I think Fury beats him.
Yeah, yeah. But here's the thing, though, right? See, this is what makes this a 50-50 fight. Because
50-50 fight. It is.
Tyson Fury has always had the skill, right? But it is Anthony Joshua that's always had the work ethic. You see, Anthony Joshua, whether he wins or he loses, whether he looks bad or whether he looks vulnerable or has had tough moments in the fights and yet comes out and wins, just like this Pranga fight, the one common denominator with Anthony Joshua is consistency. He's always going to be in the gym, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Come Monday after the fight, right? Sunday he rests. Monday he's back in the gym type shit. Like that's what he's on.
Yeah, that's true.
A Tyson Fury is
Can't
not that
completely
guy.
rule out
Like,
Joshua as well. Like I said, it's one punch. One punch in the heavyweight division can change anything. And Joshua still got the power, like he showed in his last fight. You understand? But it's that punch
yeah.
resistance as well. That's gone as well. So I don't know, man. It's gonna be tough to see who wins that fight. But
And
yeah, I
and
think
Fury has power as well.
would win. But
He
I don't
has
know.
power as well. I think that he could knock down Joshua a few times
Yeah, I
in
think
this
he
fight.
can as well. I think he can. No doubt. Good dude. It's gonna be a good fight regardless.
Dude, yeah, he
Can't
could
wait.
get dropped in this fight, man. Like, but I'm sure he'll get up. Yeah. He didn't. Tyson Fury. Here's the thing, though, man. Tyson Fury's not getting dropped, though. At
Yeah,
least not from
Tyson
what I
Fury's always had a good
remember.
chin. He
Yeah,
hasn't
yeah,
been
like he's
getting
not
dropped.
getting
Yeah.
dropped.
But he did get dropped against Njokuani, though. Let's not forget that. But maybe he
Oh, yes,
underestimated
yes, yes,
Njokuani.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe he underestimated
Yeah, but
Njokuani.
honestly, if Ngannou could do that to him, then any of these heavyweights can do that to him. And and Anthony Joshua, man, what was it? 2 rounds he dismantled Francis Ngannou, right? The same amount of rounds that it took him to take out Pranga.
Yeah, bro. It did. Yeah.
But Pranga was more of a struggle, though.
Yeah.
Oh man, I
That'll be a
haven't
good
looked at the
fight, though.
chat
Fury versus Joshua.
in a second. Let me see.
Can't wait for that one. But yeah, bro.
XB4YZ says robbery. James Dillon says Islam got beat up. I don't know about that, man. Islam got beat up. Like, what you mean he got beat up? Like he got headbutted. That when Islam explained that at the Paramount desk just now, I was like, okay, that makes sense. There was a head clashing here because I'm like wondering where are all these bruises coming from, right? Is this from? This ain't from Ian Garry. Like where? What punch? What major punch did he hit him with here? So yeah. Oldenburger says weak Christians. Who is that in reference to? Oldenburger. Let me know who that is in reference to. You're talking about. Yeah. All right. So in the welterweight rankings right now, you got Ian Garry at number 1, Carlos at number 2. Ian Garry has already fought Michael Morales at number 3. Nobody in the top 1 of Islam of Ian has fought Michael Morales yet. But Michael Morales is set to take on Carlos Prates. Jack Della Maddalena, former world champion that Islam won from. He's at number 4, and Gabriel Bonfim at number 5. That is the welterweight division right now, guys.
And how quickly do you want to come back here to Philly? Yeah, I mean, I love Philly. I love this city. I always have fun here.
one of the guys
at other sporting events too, not just ours. So yes, we will be back sooner than this run that we were on here. But you know, COVID's a big part of that too. So it's not just because we didn't want to come back to Philly or something. COVID was a huge part of that. And you know, to come in here and sell out and think about this now. Everybody's spoiled with UFC because we sell out every fucking show and it's blah 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 blah. We're in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with a Russian Muslim and an Irish kid, and we do a $7 million gate, and we shatter the fucking record here.
Well, all right. Dana White said that we have a Russian Muslim kid and an Irish kid, and we shattered the Philadelphia gate records. Okay, I can explain what that is. So, for those of you that don't know, Philadelphia is a Muslim town. Okay, I know it is, the town where the founding fathers of America wrote the Declaration of Independence, against England, against the tyranny of England. I'm saying that with emphasis as we got a UK guy on. You know what I mean? But yeah, so yeah, Philadelphia is a Muslim town. If you look at the one of the security staff in the cage, right? It was a hijabi woman, right? A black hijabi woman that was like working, cage side security, in Philadelphia. And Philadelphia is a Muslim town. So am I surprised that they came out for Islam Makhachev? No, of course not. And then they have a strong generational Irish population in Philadelphia as well. So yeah, that sounds about right, right? An Irish kid and a Russian Muslim selling out Philadelphia, of course.
Biggest event that's ever been held here. We beat it by $2 million.
Strike, get the takedown, be dominant.
It's crazy. Unheard of before. If you fought in Philly, you'd have to have a guy from Philly in the main event. And, it's pretty impressive.
And last one for me is, since you also oversee Zuffa as well, when do you think Zuffa will be coming to Philadelphia as well? Since he's recently brought to New York.
Yeah. So, yeah, I actually can't wait to bring Zuffa.
Well, another announcement that we heard tonight was
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
returning to
My guy right here. Glasses, yeah.
All right, so yeah, in Abu Dhabi, October 24th, you're going to have Volkanovski taking on Evloev. The co-main event of that is going to be Peter Yan and Merab. Peter Yan is a champion, this time Merab as a challenger. Loner Kavanaugh taking on Ramzan Tamarov, flyweight division. Alexander Volkov taking on the Dagestani heavyweight Rizvan Kuniev. And of course, England's own Arnold Allen takes on California's very own Aaron Pico in Abu Dhabi, UFC 333.
Another banger for the flyweight division. Eduardo Chapolin took the fight on 4 days' notice. Charles Johnson gets dropped, comes back with Scottish Twister. What's the ceiling for this flyweight division? Because it seems to be getting better and better.
Yeah, I know that the boys, meaning the matchmakers, they've been working on all the divisions right now. Working on some fun shit in our Tuesday get together. So over the next year, you should see all the divisions just getting nastier and nastier. And then obviously we're in another contender series season right now, so it's gonna be a fun 9 weeks coming up.
Awesome. And one more from me. Do we have any update on Zhang Weili? Because a lot of people are interested in that fight with Mackenzie Dern potentially.
Yeah, I agree. No, we don't have anything on her. Yeah, we're still cover and hope she comes back. So go ahead. Yeah. Guy with the mic. Dana? All right, I'll shut the fuck up. Linde's running.
Right behind the last guy.
Yeah.
To go back on what he was saying about being 7 years since you've been to Philly, been 7 years since you've been to Minneapolis. Any news on coming to Minneapolis anytime soon?
Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head, but yes.
And then I met a German tourist here that came just for this fight, and he would like me to ask you when you're coming to Germany, maybe shortly after Minneapolis.
You ran into a German guy that wanted you to ask me, when are we going to Germany?
Yes, he said you can sell out any stadium in Germany. That's the promotion there sells out all the arenas, and they are nothing compared to you. So,
All right, Julie, thank you. Yeah.
So a random fan asks a random German fan asks a journalist, hey, ask Dana White when Germany is going to pull up, when the UFC is going to pull up to Germany. We would sell that out in a minute, he says. Yeah, man. Hey, remember when Klitschko was selling out arenas in Germany when he was champion, right? Like that was sort of like dubbed as the most boring time of boxing. But when it came to the Germans, bro, that was that was their Anthony Joshua, stadium, like Wembley Stadium era for them,
Mm.
right? Like, do you remember, following or covering boxing during that time, like when the Klitschko's or like had all the fights in Germany?
I didn't really have a YouTube channel back then, no, but I was watching it. Yeah, I was a bit
But
early.
would you say that era seems a little more forgettable than, let's say, the era of boxing that we have right now? Like it just seems like a forgotten,
Yeah, it
age.
seems
Like
like
we
it
know
was a
that it's
long time
there,
ago, bro.
obviously. Like when David
For
Hay
sure, man.
was fighting for the title,
Yeah,
but
there was a few
that's
fighters, back then. I remember
but
Audley
that's the
Harrison.
game for you though, man.
Yeah, man. Different eras now, man.
That's
That's
yeah,
what it is, bro.
and just like that, they switch up. Yeah,
Bro, what's happened
Tyson
to your
Fury as
mic?
the
I can't really hear
oh,
you
is it
too well,
still
bro.
okay? Oh, hold on a second here.
May she rest in peace. You actually shared a really nice picture the other day with me of you and your mum at the desk here.
Yo, bro, can you hear me, bro?
Hello, hear me?
I can hear you, but it's
Mic
very
check.
low, fam.
Okay, let me see. Okay, how about now?
Yeah, a little bit better, bro.
So, a little bit better. Okay, all right. Let's see here. Let me replay this back.
Yeah, a little bit better, bro.
A little bit better. Okay, good. Okay, got to hear it first hand. Okay, all right. Back to Dana White here.
What was I going to tell you? I was going to tell you something.
Well, I'm gonna have to cut as well, man. I'm a bit tired, fam. It's like 6 in the morning.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No doubt, Zane. Yeah, I'm gonna finish off right here. You know what I'm saying?
Fam, it
But
was a great
yeah, man.
catching
Hey,
up with
Zane.
you. You get me? It's been a while. You get me?
Hey,
I enjoyed the
great
live as
catching up.
usual. Thanks for having me on, bro.
He's an absolute savage.
Oh man, always, bro. Hey man, we'll talk behind the scenes. You know what I'm
Yeah, for
saying?
sure, man.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I've
bro.
just
Keep
been,
up the
yeah.
good
I'm
work
glad I
for the
was able to
content,
do
bro.
this. Of course, man. Always, man. Thank you, brother. Thank
My
you.
brother. Assalamu
Well,
alaikum,
hey,
bro.
everybody, man, go check out
Oh,
Zayn. Wa alaikum salam rahmatullah. I have Zayn's link on the description below if you want to go check out his channel. All the boxing dosage that you get. That's why they call it Zayn Musa boxing dosage. So yeah, man. Ultimate Wrestling Championship, M Dog says. Go to Dagestan 2 to 3 years and forget. Nate the Great says. All right.
It's almost like what I keep saying about Zuffa boxing. Just at the end of this year, January of 2027. It's like when Islam's career is winding up and starting to wrap up. The more fights he keeps winning and the things he keeps got, the records he keeps breaking, it'll all speak for itself.
Way back here. Obviously, Khabib was in Islam's corner. There's a little bit of footage as well of him putting the gloves on. So maybe a chance you could have another little conversation with him about thinking about doing one more.
Khabib? Yeah, no, I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Not even worth the chat now.
Listen, when he was trying to retire, I was all over that fucking guy. You know, I don't think you'll get him back now. Plus, he's got to weigh like 225 or something. Yeah. He's got a good life. I don't think he's looking to fight anymore.
Speaking of people with good lives and from that kind of era, Conor McGregor got the surgery done. I suppose what's your you were over in Ireland, you were at the pub, and I know that you were on FaceTime with him as well when he.
This is interesting. So Conor McGregor got his surgery done. Okay, let's hear this.
That whole thing with Makhachev and Turkey and everything. What's kind of the latest on the Mac?
He's out for a year.
What's weird about this is like
AR says Kyrie knows everything about UFC and boxing. I try.
And then you just immediately move on. You're like, yeah, not concerned about him.
How do you immediately what?
Like you're immediately like, yeah, not concerned about him.
Walaikum salam rahmatullah to you, brother.
Why would I though? The guy just had surgery. What do you want me to do? Well, what we're thinking about is maybe in a year from now, when he starts thinking about it, who the fuck knows what the world's even going to look like a year from now?
No, that's true.
Yeah.
Another fight that's coming up that you're involved in this Anthony Joshua Tyson Fury saga continues to roll on. I suppose you said that you made the deal for that fight. What's happening with that? And it looks like it's going to be in New York, but then things like Team Joshua is saying that they're not doing it unless it's in the UK.
Yeah, I need this thing for you, my friend. I'm reading your. What's happening with that? And it looks like it's going to be in New York, but then it seems like Team Joshua says it's.
Oh, he's answering about the Anthony Joshua Tyson Fury fight.
They're saying it seems like it's going to be in the UK, is what I'm reading here. I don't know. Listen, this fucking saga, we'll see how this whole thing plays out. I mean, they either want to fight or they don't. I don't know.
Well, you say you made.
Oh no, that doesn't sound good, man. That sounds like nobody wants to fight. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
Deal for the fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would you have even allowed them to put it in the contract that AJ will only do it in the UK?
Well, I didn't do his contract.
So what deal did you do?
What did I do?
So you didn't do AJ's side of the deal.
We did the television deal and
the
venue deal.
So he's saying that he did the television deal.
And that's going to be in New York, you think, or?
We'll see. We'll see. Listen, to make a fight, two guys have to want to fight. Period. End of story.
So in other words, there's a great chance that this fight isn't happening. I already don't like the sound of this. All right, let's continue on. Let's hear what other further updates that come out of this, and we'll call it a day.
Contracts and this and that. There's a lot of fucking money, for grabs in this fight. Do you want to fight or do you not want to fight? Well, I don't give a shit one way or the other.
So you'd be happy to go to the UK?
It's up to them.
So you'd be happy to go to the UK?
I'd be happy. Yeah. Listen, I don't give a shit. Do you want to fight or do you not want to fight?
Thank you.
Yeah. The fight.
Well, they want to fight, but here's the thing. Turkey El-Sheikh wants all the commercial value from America, but at the same time, he also does not want to be short-handed because the fight is going to be in the UK and the majority of Americans are not going to be up for that one. But listen, the saga continues with that one. You know that one is going to be news clip article worthy, right? Dana White says the fight's not happening in the UK. He said that he was the one that was involved in the contract. And then he said, you guys either want to fight or you don't want to fight. Yeah, dude, the saga continues on that one. All right, guys, listen, that is all that I have for you on this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. See you in the next one. It has been a great show. Glad to have had Zane on. Glad to have time-stamped some few important details of talking topics. But either way, this is all that we have on this one right now. Like and subscribe. See you in the next one. Inshallah.